Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Aftermath of the First War. Long before Harry Potter would enter the hallowed halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the wizarding world experienced a remarkable period of transition. The night of October 31st, 1981, marked not just the miraculous survival of a small boy with a lightning-shaped scar, but the beginning of an era that would later be known as the Years of Peace between the Wizarding Wars. As dawn broke on November 1st, witches and wizards across Britain emerged from their homes, many for the first time in months without fear clouding their hearts. The air itself seemed lighter, as though the very atmosphere had been purified of the dread that had permeated every corner of magical society. In Godric's Hollow, where the unthinkable had happened just hours before, the autumn leaves continued their gentle descent to the ground, unconcerned with the monumental shift in wizarding history that had taken place. The news spread like fiend fire. He, who must not be named, had vanished, defeated by a child, barely old enough to form words. Owls swooped across the country in unprecedented numbers, so many that even Muggles took notice of the unusual avian activity. Shooting stars streaked across the sky over Kent, the work of Daedalus Diggle, who could not contain his jubilation. In the tiny village of Tinworth, a wizard set off a display of purple and gold sparks that illuminated the coastline for nearly an hour. The celebrations were as unprecedented as they were public. On the steps of the Ministry of Magic, witches embraced strangers, weeping with relief. In Diagon Alley, where shop fronts had been boarded up for months, windows were thrown open, and proprietors emerged to shake hands with passers-by. The Leaky Cauldron had never been so full, with patrons raising glasses in toast after toast to Harry Potter, the boy who lived. But beneath the jubilation ran currents of sorrow. The price of peace had been steep. The Potters were not the only family destroyed in the final days of the war. The McKinnons, the Bones, the Pruitts, entire family lines had been decimated. Photographs of the missing still adorned the walls of the ministry, their smiling faces unaware that the war had ended without them. In the quiet corners of celebration, those who had fought hardest often found themselves the most subdued. Alastair Moody, his face newly scarred from his final confrontation with Death Eaters, sat alone at the bar of the Three Broomsticks, his magical eye swiveling suspiciously even as Madame Resmerta placed a glass of fire whiskey before him on the house. Minerva McGonagall, who had spent the day in cat form observing the Dursley household, allowed herself only the smallest smile as Albus Dumbledore extinguished the street lamps on Privet Drive. The immediate aftermath brought a flurry of activity from the ministry. Bartemius Crouch Sr., head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, deployed aurors across the country to round up those Death Eaters who had not gone into hiding. The trials began almost immediately, conducted with a swiftness and severity that matched the atmosphere of the time. Justice, long delayed during the war, now moved with the force of a tidal wave. In the holding cells beneath the ministry, the accused awaited their fate. Some, like Igor Karkaroff, turned on their fellows, offering names in exchange for leniency. Others maintained their innocence, claiming to have been under the imperious curse. The Wizengamot chambers echoed with desperate pleas and cold denials alike. Perhaps the most shocking arrest came several days after Voldemort's disappearance, when Sirius Black was apprehended in a Muggle street. surrounded by the bodies of 13 people. The news of his betrayal of the Potters stunned those who had known him as James Potter's closest friend. His capture and imprisonment without trial reflected the extreme measures deemed necessary in those uncertain first days. While the ministry focused on punishment, others turned to healing. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was overwhelmed with patients, not just those suffering from curses and hexes, but those whose minds had been fractured by what they had witnessed. The Janus Thicky ward, reserved for permanent spell damage, received new residents whose vacant eyes told stories of torture that their lips could no longer articulate. Among the healers moved Augusta Longbottom, her tall figure easily recognizable as she visited her son Frank and his wife Alice daily. The Longbottom's fate, tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and her accomplices, came to symbolize the lingering cruelty of the war, a reminder that even in victory, some wounds would never heal. Yet, in those same hospital wards, there were moments of unexpected grace. Children born during the darkness of war now took their first steps in peace. Families separated by necessity or fear were reunited. The wizarding world, which had lived for so long in the shadows of secrecy and fear, began to remember what it meant to live openly, to plan for futures not bounded by the threat of imminent loss. In the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, obliviators worked tirelessly to modify the memories of Muggles who had witnessed the more flamboyant celebrations. It was a delicate task to remove the specific while preserving the general sense of joy that seemed to have infected even the non-magical population. Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold defended the breaches of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy with her famous statement, "I assert our inalienable right to party." As the initial shock and euphoria faded, the wizarding world faced the long process of rebuilding. Albus Dumbledore, who had led the resistance through the darkest days, now turned his attention to the restoration of Hogwarts School. The castle, which had remained a bastion of safety throughout the war, had nonetheless felt the strain of the conflict. Its corridors had grown quieter as parents kept children home. Its classrooms had become places where students learned defensive magic alongside their regular studies. Now, as winter descended upon the Scottish Highlands, Dumbledore walked the grounds with Rubeus Hagrid, discussing plans for the coming terms. The giant gamekeeper, his beard already beginning to show threads of gray, nodded as Dumbledore spoke of returning the school to what it had always been meant to be, a place of learning, of growth, of joy. Within the ministry, reform began cautiously. Departments that had been focused entirely on the war effort now redirected their resources. The Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Counterfeit Defensive Spells and Protective Objects found itself suddenly overwhelmed as it sought to remove dangerous artifacts from circulation. The Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, under the enthusiastic leadership of Arthur Weasley, expanded its operations to address the surge of bewitched objects that had proliferated during the chaotic final days of the conflict. In Diagon Alley, shops that had been closed for months or years reopened their doors. Ollivander, the wand maker who had continued his craft even as colleagues fled abroad, found himself busier than ever as those whose wands had been lost or destroyed during the war came seeking replacements. Florian Fortescue expanded his ice cream parlor, adding tables along the cobblestone street where families could sit and enjoy summer afternoons without the specter of danger hovering over them. The magical community's recovery was not uniform, however. Some areas bore deeper scars than others. The village of Hogsmeade, so close to Hogwarts and therefore a frequent target during the war, struggled to regain its former charm. The Three Broomsticks remained a popular gathering place, but Madame Rosmerta's smile came less easily than before. In the Hog's Head, Aberforth Dumbledore continued to serve his questionable clientele, his blue eyes watchful behind their spectacles. As the first Christmas of peace approached, a tentative optimism took hold. Hogwarts students returned home for the holidays to find their families breathing more easily. In the burrow, Molly Weasley fussed over her growing brood. free for the first time to worry about ordinary things, like whether Fred and George were teaching garden gnome carols with inappropriate lyrics, rather than whether Arthur would return safely from work each evening. In London, the Grangers, Muggle dentists unaware that their infant daughter would one day help save the wizarding world, hung stockings by the fireplace and planned for a holiday unmarked by the strange tensions they had sensed but could not name in recent years. And in Little Winging, Surrey, Petunia Dursley arranged Christmas gifts under the tree for her son Dudley, while in the cupboard under the stairs, a small boy with untidy black hair and a lightning-shaped scar slept, unaware of the celebration that took place in his name throughout the wizarding world, unaware that witches and wizards everywhere were raising their glasses and whispering, "To Harry Potter, the boy who lived." The first year of peace established patterns that would define the coming decade. The ministry, under the leadership of Cornelius Fudge, who succeeded Millicent Bagnold, adopted policies focused on stability and the return to normalcy. For many in the wizarding community, this was precisely what they craved, the comfort of routine, the luxury of ordinary concerns. Yet beneath the surface of this newly peaceful society, questions remained unanswered. The fate of Lord Voldemort himself was the subject of ongoing speculation. Had he truly been destroyed, or merely defeated? Albus Dumbledore, whose wisdom was respected even by those who found him eccentric, maintained a careful vigilance that struck some as paranoid as the years passed without incident. As you drift closer to sleep, consider this. In the aftermath of darkness, how does a society decide what to remember and what to forget? Is peace built upon confronting the shadows of the past, or in turning resolutely toward the light of the future? Chapter 2. The Ministry's Reconstruction. The embers of celebration had barely cooled when the enormous task of rebuilding the Ministry of Magic began in earnest. Picture, if you will, the grand atrium with its peacock blue ceiling and gleaming dark wood floors, once a symbol of wizarding governance, now bearing the subtle scars of a regime that had prioritized power over protection. As the golden symbols drifted peacefully across the ceiling once more, ministry workers returned to their offices with a mixture of relief and trepidation, wondering what shape their world would take in this newfound peace. In those early days, the ministry headquarters resembled less a government building and more a hospital ward for an institution in recovery. Curse breakers moved methodically through each department, dismantling the more insidious enchantments that had been placed during the final months of the war. The magical maintenance department worked double shifts to restore the artificial windows that showed pleasant weather scenes, replacing the stormy darkness that had reflected the previous administration's temperament. Millicent Bagnold, who had guided the ministry through the tumultuous final years of the conflict, found herself facing challenges that required an entirely different set of skills. No longer was she directing emergency responses to Death Eater attacks or coordinating with the International Confederation of Wizards to manage the global threat. Instead, she oversaw the painstaking process of examining every edict, every policy that had been implemented under the shadow of war. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement underwent perhaps the most profound transformation. Under Bartemius Crouch Sr., the department had adopted increasingly harsh methods in its pursuit of dark wizards. Aurors had been granted authority to use unforgivable curses against suspected Death Eaters, a measure that had saved lives but left deep philosophical wounds in the magical community's understanding of justice. Now, in the quiet aftermath, these emergency powers were carefully rolled back. The Auror Office, under the new leadership of Rufus Scrimger, a lion-like man with streaks of gray in his mane of tawny hair, established more rigorous protocols for the capture and interrogation of suspected dark wizards. The training program for new Aurors, which had been abbreviated during the war to meet the desperate need for qualified personnel, was restored to its full 3-year course. Within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Wizengamot Administration Services found itself overwhelmed with the task of processing cases against captured Death Eaters. The trials became a daily spectacle, drawing crowds to the ministry's lower levels, where the courtroom stood in solemn witness to the atrocities of the previous decade. The most infamous of these trials was undoubtedly that of the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr., whose attack on Frank and Alice Longbottom had shocked even a community numbed by years of violence. The memory of Bellatrix Lestrange's proud declaration of loyalty to the Dark Lord echoed through the ministry corridors long after she had been escorted to Azkaban, a reminder that not all of Voldemort's followers had abandoned their convictions. The relationship between the Ministry and Azkaban itself came under scrutiny during this period. The use of Dementors as guards had always been controversial, but in the aftermath of a war where they had remained loyal to the Ministry, despite Voldemort's natural alliance with such creatures, their continued employment seemed pragmatic. Few were willing to advocate for change when the alternative might mean the escape of those who had caused so much suffering. Beyond the halls of justice, other departments embraced the opportunity for reform. The Department of International Magical Cooperation, which had been reduced to managing crisis communications during the war, now expanded its mission to rebuild the diplomatic bridges that had been strained or broken. Bartemius Crouch Sr., transferred from magical law enforcement after his son's conviction, brought his exacting standards to this new role, establishing detailed protocols for everything from trade agreements to the regulation of imported magical goods. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes found its workload gradually shifting from emergency response to preventative measures. The Obliviator headquarters, which had been running around the clock to modify the memories of Muggles who had witnessed magical incidents during the conflict, now focused on training new recruits in the delicate art of memory modification without causing psychological harm. One of the most significant changes came in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The war had exacerbated tensions between wizards and various magical beings, many of whom had been courted by Voldemort, with promises of rights and freedoms denied them by the wizarding government. Now, progressive voices within the ministry began advocating for meaningful reforms. Amos Diggory, a tall, strapping wizard with a booming voice that carried down the ministry corridors, became an unexpected champion for the rights of house elves, having witnessed the loyalty of his own family's elf during a Death Eater attack on their home. While his proposals for mandatory rest periods were considered radical by many, they represented the beginning of a conversation that would continue for decades. The Department of Magical Transportation found itself at the center of efforts to reconnect the wizarding world physically. The Flu Network, which had been carefully monitored and restricted during the war, was fully reopened, with new security measures designed to be minimally intrusive. The Night Bus, which had suspended its service in the final months of the conflict, returned to the roads of Britain, providing essential transportation for those witches and wizards who found themselves unable to apparate due to injury or trauma. Perhaps the most visible symbol of the Ministry's reconstruction was the restoration of Level 8, the Atrium. The Fountain of Magical Brethren, which had been damaged during the conflict, was repaired and returned to its central position. The golden statues of the wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf, depicting their subjects in idealized harmony, stood as an aspirational reminder of the world the ministry hoped to build. Not all changes were structural or political in nature. The human cost of the war had left gaps in the ministry's workforce that needed to be filled. A generation of young witches and wizards who had completed their education at Hogwarts during the conflict found opportunities opening before them that might have taken years to achieve in peacetime. Arthur Weasley, who had maintained his position in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office throughout the war, despite the danger it placed him in, found his department suddenly expanded. The proliferation of bewitched objects intended to harm Muggles had been a hallmark of the Dark Lord's campaign, and the task of identifying and neutralizing these items became a priority in the post-war cleanup efforts. In the Department of Mysteries, where the war had barely touched the daily routines of the unspeakables, research continued as it always had, though with new focuses. The study of love, that power which Dumbledore had always maintained, was the Dark Lord's greatest weakness, received increased attention, though the results of this research remained as closely guarded as all the department's work. The transition of power from Millicent Bagnold to Cornelius Fudge in 1990 marked the end of the immediate post-war Reconstruction period. Bagnold, who had guided the wizarding community through its darkest hours with a combination of fierce determination and pragmatic flexibility, chose to retire, expressing her desire to spend her remaining years in the peace she had helped secure. Fudge, a portly, middle-aged wizard with a nervous disposition that he disguised beneath a veneer of bonhomie, represented something the wizarding world desperately craved. After years of exceptional leadership during exceptional times, normalcy, his campaign for minister was built less on grand visions and more on a promise of steady, unremarkable governance that would allow the magical community to exhale collectively. The ministry under Fudge retained many of the security protocols established during the Reconstruction, but applied them with decreasing vigor as the years passed without incident. The Auror Office saw its budget gradually reduced as resources were redirected to less martial departments. The International Magical Office of Law, which had coordinated the global hunt for fleeing Death Eaters, found itself processing increasingly mundane cases of cross-border magical violations. For the average ministry employee, life settled into comfortable patterns. The regular interdepartmental memos in the form of paper airplanes resumed their flights between offices. The ministry cafeteria once again became a place for casual conversation rather than hushed exchanges of information and worry. The lifts announced their stops in pleasant, neutral tones, no longer carrying subliminal messages of control and compliance. Yet beneath this veneer of ordinariness, currents of unfinished business continued to flow. The question of what had truly happened to Lord Voldemort remained officially unanswered, relegated to theoretical discussions among unspeakables and late-night conversations in the Auror Office. Albus Dumbledore's insistence that the Dark Lord was not truly gone was acknowledged with decreasing seriousness as the years passed. In the most secure filing cabinets of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, cases remained open on those Death Eaters who had never been captured. The Lestrange brothers, Antonin Dolohov, Thorfinn Roll, names that had once inspired terror now faded into the background of ministry concerns, their files gathering dust, but never quite forgotten. And in the Minister's office, hanging on the wall, alongside portraits of his predecessors, a small golden-framed photograph showed Cornelius Fudge shaking hands with a pale, handsome wizard whose platinum hair and aristocratic bearing marked him unmistakably as Lucius Malfoy, the former Death Eater who had claimed to have acted under the Imperious Curse, had become one of the minister's most generous supporters and trusted advisors, a transformation that symbolized both the ministry's capacity for forgiveness and its vulnerability to influence. As the first decade of peace drew to a close, the Ministry of Magic stood as a testament to the resilience of wizarding institutions. It had weathered the greatest threat to its existence in modern history, and emerged, if not unscathed, then functional and forward-looking. The wounds of war had scarred over, leaving marks that were visible only to those who knew where to look. As you rest in the comfort of this moment between moments, consider this question. When a society rebuilds after conflict, what determines which broken pieces are carefully restored and which are quietly replaced with something new? Is it wisdom or merely convenience that guides these choices, and how might they shape the challenges yet to come? Chapter 3: Hogwarts. During peacetime, stone walls that had stood for a millennium breathed easier in the years following the First Wizarding War. Hogwarts Castle, perched majestically above the Black Lake, had weathered many storms throughout its long history, but the darkness of Voldemort's reign had cast shadows even within its ancient halls. Now, as morning light spilled through the high windows of the Great Hall, illuminating the enchanted ceiling's perfect reflection of the sky outside, the school settled into a rhythm of peaceful education that had been its original purpose. Albus Dumbledore, whose silver beard had grown longer, and whose face had acquired new lines during the war years, walked the corridors with a lighter step in the months following Voldemort's downfall. The twinkle returned to his blue eyes, though those who knew him best noticed that it would occasionally dim when he thought himself unobserved. The headmaster's greatest burden during these years of peace was, perhaps, the knowledge that young Harry Potter would one day need to return to a world that had both venerated and forgotten him. The first September after the war's end brought a new class of first years whose wide eyes held less fear than those who had come before them. The sorting hat, placed upon their heads in turn, seemed to take particular pleasure in its task that year, as though the absence of war allowed it to consider each child's qualities more thoroughly, without the pressure of sorting in the shadow of conflict. Its song that year spoke of unity and new beginnings, of houses united in purpose, rather than divided by ancient grudges. Professor McGonagall, watching the sorting from her place at the staff table, maintained her characteristic stern expression, but those closest to her might have noticed the slight softening around her eyes as each child found their house. The deputy headmistress had carried the dual burdens of teaching and protecting during the war years, and though her standards remained as exacting as ever, there was a new patience in her approach to students who struggled. The teaching staff underwent subtle changes in the post-war period. Professor Flitwick, whose charms lessons had included an increasing focus on defensive spells during the conflict, gradually rebalanced his curriculum to emphasize the creative and practical everyday applications of charm work. His classroom once again rang with delighted laughter as feathers floated and objects danced through the air, the serious concentration of wartime giving way to the joy of magical discovery. In the dungeons, Professor Slughorn had retired at the war's end, unable to reconcile himself with the knowledge that so many of his former favorites had chosen the dark path. His replacement, a thin, sallow-skinned young man named Severus Snape, brought a very different energy to the potions classroom. At just 22, Snape was the youngest teacher at Hogwarts, his appointment a surprise to many who remembered him as a student. Only Dumbledore knew the full story of Snape's change of allegiance, but the headmaster's trust was enough for most. Snape's teaching methods were exacting, his manner cold, but even his harshest critics could not deny his expertise. Under his guidance, the potions curriculum became more rigorous, with particular emphasis on understanding the principles behind brewing rather than merely following recipes. For the most talented students, this approach opened new doors of comprehension. For others, potions became an exercise in endurance. The defense against the dark arts position continued its peculiar pattern of annual turnover, though the reasons became more mundane in peacetime. A professor who received a better offer elsewhere, another who discovered that teaching did not suit them after all. The subject itself evolved, with less emphasis on recognizing Death Eater tactics, and more on the broad spectrum of dark creatures and counter-curses that might be encountered in ordinary magical life. Beyond the core curriculum, Hogwarts experienced a renaissance of extracurricular activities. The Quidditch pitch, which had sometimes stood empty during the height of the war when parents forbade their children from participating in the exposed outdoor sport, now buzzed with activity from early morning training sessions to twilight scrimmages. Charlie Weasley, a talented Gryffindor seeker, brought particular glory to his house team during these years. The Great Hall hosted dueling clubs and chess tournaments, dobstone competitions and impromptu concerts. Professor Flitwick, who had once been a dueling champion, took particular pleasure in coaching students in the finer points of competitive spellcasting, emphasizing form and precision over raw power. These friendly competitions helped channel the energies of young witches and wizards who had grown up hearing stories of magical combat into constructive skill development. The library, under Madame Pince's vigilant eye, remained a sanctuary of knowledge, though the books on advanced defensive magic were no longer in such high demand. Instead, students lingered over historical texts and magical theory, luxury reading that had seemed frivolous when practical defensive skills had been paramount. The restricted section, while still controlled with iron discipline, became less a source of forbidden knowledge and more an archive of advanced magical concepts for serious scholars. Outside the castle walls, the grounds flourished under Hagrid's care. The Forbidden Forest, which had harbored darker creatures during the war years, gradually returned to its natural balance as centaurs patrolled their territory more openly, and unicorns ventured closer to the forest's edge. Hagrid's hut became a regular Saturday destination for students curious about the magical creatures he tended, his rock cakes remaining as inedible as ever, but his enthusiasm for sharing his knowledge undiminished. The greenhouses, under Professor Sprout's expert guidance, expanded during this period. A new glass structure was added specifically for the cultivation of healing herbs, a project funded by St. Mungo's Hospital, as part of a program to ensure a steady supply of quality potions ingredients. Seventh-year herbology students with an interest in healing had the opportunity to participate in this practical application of their studies, bridging the gap between education and professional practice. For the students themselves, Hogwarts offered something it had not been able to provide consistently during the war: normalcy, the rhythms of the school year, the excitement of the welcome feast, the anticipation of Hogsmeade weekends, the concentration required for midterm examinations, the joy of the Christmas decorations, the tension of Quidditch matches, and the bittersweet farewells at year's end, created a framework within which young witches and wizards could simply be children growing into themselves. This normalcy was perhaps most precious to those who had begun their education during the conflict. Bill Weasley, who had started at Hogwarts in the final years of the war, found himself in the unusual position of helping younger students adjust to peace rather than danger. As a prefect and later head boy, his leadership style emphasized cooperation and inclusion, values that had sometimes been overshadowed during the divisive war years. The gradual shifts in student dynamics reflected the broader changes in wizarding society. The house system, while still central to Hogwarts life, saw some of its sharper rivalries softened. Slytherin House, which had suffered by association with Voldemort's beliefs, began the slow process of redefining itself under the guidance of its new head of house, Professor Snape. While inter-house prejudices certainly did not disappear, they became more about Quidditch competition and academic rivalry than ideological divisions. Among the student body, new faces appeared that would later play significant roles in wizarding history. Percy Weasley arrived in 1987, his horn-rimmed glasses and serious demeanor already hinting at his future ministry ambitions. Oliver Wood came the same year, his Quidditch obsession evident from his first flying lesson. Penelope Clearwater, Roger Davies, Cedric Diggory, names that would be associated with achievements, both academic and athletic, all began their magical education during this period of peace. Not all aspects of post-war Hogwarts were visible to the casual observer. Beneath the surface of normal school life, Dumbledore implemented subtle security enhancements. Wards that had been hastily erected during the conflict were now carefully refined and layered. The castle's ancient protective magic, which had always responded to the headmaster's direction, was gently encouraged to expand its vigilance beyond the walls and grounds to the very boundaries of Hogsmeade Village. The Room of Requirement, that mysterious space that becomes whatever a person needs, saw less desperate use in these years. No longer did students seek it out as a hiding place from persecution or a training ground for resistance. Instead, it occasionally manifested as quiet study spaces during exam periods, or as celebratory venues after particularly meaningful Quidditch victories. The castle, sensing the changed needs of its inhabitants, adapted accordingly. As the years passed, the direct memory of war faded among the student body. By 1985, only the seventh years could recall a time when Voldemort's name inspired immediate fear. The younger students knew the history, of course. It was covered in Professor Bin's History of Magic class, though with the same dry detachment with which he discussed goblin rebellions. For most, the rise and fall of He Who Must Not Be Named had become a story rather than an experience, a tale that ended with the triumph of a baby boy with a lightning scar. That boy remained absent from the halls where his name was sometimes spoken with reverence, sometimes with skepticism. In the Gryffindor common room, where his parents had once sat by the fire, new generations of students pursued their own adventures and formed their own bonds. unaware that the child of legend would one day walk among them. Only occasionally did a professor's glance linger on an empty space, imagining what might have been, what would yet be. The castle itself, that ancient sentinel of magical education, settled into the rhythm of peace with the patience of stone that had witnessed centuries of human drama. Its corridors echoed with the footsteps of students hurrying to classes. Its staircases shifted with the same unpredictable logic they had always followed. Its ghosts drifted through walls with their own ancient preoccupations. The portraits watched and commented. Sir Cadogan challenged passers-by to duels, and Peeves the poltergeist continued his timeless mission of creating chaos wherever possible. In the headmaster's tower, Albus Dumbledore often stood at his window in the evenings, looking out over the grounds toward the distant lights of Hogsmeade. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his stand with feathers glowing softly in the dimness. In these quiet moments, Dumbledore allowed himself to contemplate both the peace that had been won and the challenges he believed still lay ahead. For now, though, Hogwarts fulfilled its purpose as it had for 1,000 years, a place where young witches and wizards could learn not just the mechanics of magic but its meaning, where they could discover not just what they could do but who they might become. The castle stood, as it always had, as a beacon of magical education, a repository of ancient knowledge, and a crucible for the future of Wizarding Britain. As you find yourself drifting deeper into comfort, perhaps you might consider what lessons learned in times of peace prove most valuable when darkness returns. Is it the spells and potions meticulously practiced, or the bonds formed when there was time to truly know one another? Chapter 4. The Rise of Magical Innovation. Necessity, as the saying goes, is the mother of invention, and the years of war had created many necessities indeed. As the shadows of conflict receded, the ingenuity and creativity that had been channeled into survival found new expression in an unprecedented era of magical innovation. Like a garden flourishing after rain, the wizarding world blossomed with new spells, enchantments, and magical devices that would transform daily life in ways both profound and delightful. In the quiet workshop behind Ollivander's wand shop, the venerable wandmaker returned to experimental work he had set aside during the darker years. Though his primary craft remained the creation of wands for new generations of witches and wizards, Garrick Ollivander devoted increasing time to researching the subtle interplay between different woods and magical cores. His monograph on the unexpected harmonies between cedar and dragon heartstring, published in Wand Lore Quarterly in 1985, revolutionized understanding of how certain combinations might enhance specific types of transfiguration work. The field of magical transportation underwent particular advancement during these years of peace. The Flu network, which had operated under strict regulations during wartime, was expanded and refined. Ignatia Wildsmith's descendants, who maintained the original spellwork connecting wizarding fireplaces across Britain, implemented modifications to reduce the disorienting spinning sensation that many found so unpleasant. By 1987, the improved Flu powder produced by Wildsmith and Sons allowed for a smoother transition between destinations, with far fewer instances of wizards and witches emerging covered in soot. Broomstick technology advanced in leaps and bounds, driven partly by the resurgence of Quidditch as the premier wizarding sport. The Nimbus Racing Broom Company, which had scaled back production during the war, launched the revolutionary Nimbus 1500 in 1982. Its streamlined handle and individually selected tail twigs set new standards for speed and maneuverability. The racing broom market became increasingly competitive as Cleansweep and Comet entered the fray with their own innovations, leading to the golden age of broom development that would culminate in the release of the Firebolt many years later. Beyond the refinement of existing transportation methods, entirely new approaches emerged. Devlin Whitehorn, a former Ravenclaw with a passion for magical mechanics, pioneered the development of enchanted bicycles that could achieve brief periods of flight while maintaining the Muggle appearance necessary for use in mixed areas. Though never as popular as brooms or apparition, these discreet vehicles found a loyal following among wizards living in predominantly Muggle neighborhoods. The field of potions saw significant advancement through the collaborative work of Damocles Belby and Hector Dagworth Granger, whose research built upon foundations laid decades earlier. Their most celebrated achievement was undoubtedly the Wolfsbane potion, which allowed those afflicted with lycanthropy to maintain their human consciousness during transformation. Though complex to brew and prohibitively expensive for many, the potion represented a breakthrough in treating what had long been considered an unmanageable condition. Less dramatic but more widely used was the improved pepper-up potion developed by Glover Hipworth's apprentice, Miranda Goshawk. By incorporating Wigan tree bark alongside the traditional ingredients, Goshawk created a version that eliminated the uncomfortable steaming ears side effect, while enhancing the potion's effectiveness against magical strains of influenza. The formulation became standard in home medicine cabinets and hospital wards alike. In the realm of charm work, Phileas Flitwick's contributions extended beyond his teaching at Hogwarts. The diminutive charms master devoted his summer holidays to refining household enchantments, believing firmly that magic should enhance daily life for all witches and wizards, not merely those with exceptional power or skill. His self-stirring cauldron charm, published in Practical Household Magic in 1984, became instantly popular for its simplicity and utility, allowing even those with modest magical ability to brew potions with greater consistency. Perhaps most significant among Flitwick's innovations was the modified homunculus charm, which built upon the ancient spell that detected human presence. Flitwick's version could be calibrated to respond to specific individuals, forming the basis for security enhancements implemented throughout the wizarding world. The Weasley family clock, which tracked the whereabouts of family members, represented a domestic application of this magical principle, though Arthur Weasley's implementation involved considerable additional spellwork of his own design. The arts of enchantment found commercial application through entrepreneurs like Broderick Fanfaronicus, whose self-correcting quills revolutionized magical education. These clever instruments gently guided the hand of the writer toward proper spell notation, a boon for young students struggling with the precise movements required for written incantations. Though initially controversial among traditional educators who believed in learning through error, the quills became standard equipment for first-year students at Hogwarts by the late 1980s. Magical publishing experienced its own renaissance during this period. Obscurus Books, which had maintained a cautious catalog during the war years, expanded aggressively into new subject areas. Their landmark series Modern Magical Theory, edited by the brilliant Madame Marchbanks, brought contemporary magical research to a general audience, bridging the gap between academic journals and practical application. The unexpected bestseller of the series was Adaptive Enchantment, the living magic of wizarding spaces, which explored how locations like Hogwarts and the Ministry had developed semi-sentient magical characteristics over centuries of magical saturation. Even the Wizarding Wireless Network evolved, with the development of spelled crystals that could maintain clearer reception in areas of high magical concentration. The Wizarding Wireless Network expanded its programming beyond news and music to include educational content, dramatic performances, and the immensely popular Charms of the Week segment, where listeners could learn new household spells directly from experts like Celestina Warbeck's mother, herself a gifted charms practitioner, when not managing her daughter's singing career. The field of magical healing advanced significantly during these peaceful years. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries established a dedicated research department in 1983, focusing initially on the long-term effects of curses used during the war. This work led to breakthroughs in treating spell damage previously considered permanent, though complete cures remained elusive for the most severe cases. Dilys Derwent's great-granddaughter, Helbert Derwent, revolutionized the treatment of magical burns with her restorative salve, which incorporated phoenix tears, ethically collected from willing donors with aloe essence and powdered silver. The salve proved particularly effective for injuries sustained from magical creatures and modified bluebell flames, reducing scarring and accelerating healing beyond what previous treatments could achieve. The intersection of herbology and healing produced particularly fruitful collaborations. Professor Pomona Sprout worked closely with St. Mungo's to cultivate rare varieties of magical plants with enhanced healing properties. The Green Fingers greenhouse in Upper Flagley became the premier supplier of these specialized botanical ingredients, their climate-controlled environments allowing for the growth of species previously available only through expensive imports. Not all innovation came from established institutions or renowned magical researchers. Some of the most creative developments emerged from unexpected sources, like young Arthur Weasley's continuing experiments with Muggle technology. Though many dismissed his enchanted Muggle artifacts as novelties or even legal nuisances, his work represented a fresh approach to magical thinking, asking not just what spells could do, but how they might interact with existing non-magical technologies to create something new. In the heart of Diagon Alley, flanked by more traditional establishments, a small shop with a purple door gained recognition for its unusual magical devices. Run by Perpetua Fancourt, a witch with mismatched eyes and an infectious laugh, Practical Enchantments specialized in magical items that filled niches other creators had overlooked. Her self-warming teacups maintained beverages at the perfect temperature without additional spellwork, while her whisper journals allowed written conversations between paired books, popular among Hogwarts students separated during holidays. The Department of Mysteries, that secretive branch of the Ministry of Magic, continued its esoteric research behind locked doors. While most of their work remained classified, occasional breakthroughs filtered into public knowledge. The development of enhanced time-turners with expanded range, though tightly controlled and never made available for general use, represented a significant advancement in temporal magic. Similarly, their refinements to memory magic led to more precise and less damaging obliviation techniques used by Ministry obliviators. In the field of arithmancy, Septima Vector's groundbreaking work on magical probability created new frameworks for understanding how spells interacted with chance and chaos. Her equations, initially published in an obscure academic journal, eventually formed the basis for more reliable divination methods and strengthened protective enchantments by accounting for previously unpredictable magical variables. Magical architecture experienced its own quiet revolution during this period. The reconstruction of wizarding villages, damaged during the war, provided opportunities to implement new protective enchantments within the very foundations of buildings. Hogsmeade's 3 broomsticks, which had sustained significant damage during a Death Eater attack in the final year of the conflict, was rebuilt with layered defensive charms integrated into its wooden beams and stone hearth, creating a space that was not only welcoming but inherently resistant to dark magic. The international exchange of magical knowledge accelerated as travel restrictions eased and global magical cooperation increased. British wandmakers incorporated techniques from Japanese magical traditions, while continental European approaches to potion brewing influenced British methods. This cross-pollination of magical traditions enriched the domestic innovation landscape, challenging long-held assumptions about proper magical practice. Perhaps the most profound innovation of the post-war period was not a specific spell or magical device, but a shift in magical philosophy. The traumatic experiences of the war had demonstrated the limitations of traditional magical education, which emphasized technique over understanding, power over wisdom. Younger magical researchers increasingly approached their work with questions of ethics and consequence at the forefront, considering not just what could be done with magic, but what should be done. This philosophical shift found expression in practical ways. New spells were developed with built-in limitations to prevent misuse. Healing charms were designed to work in harmony with the body's natural processes, rather than forcing immediate but potentially damaging recovery. Protective enchantments were created to distinguish between genuine threats and accidental encroachment, reducing the risk of unintended activation. By the close of the 1980s, the cumulative effect of these innovations had transformed wizarding daily life in ways both obvious and subtle. Tasks that once required considerable magical skill became accessible to those of average ability. Communications across distances became easier and more reliable. Magical ailments that had once been debilitating now had treatments or cures. The quality of magical education improved as new teaching methods and tools emerged. Yet not all viewed these developments with unalloyed approval. Traditionalists argued that the proliferation of magical conveniences was eroding fundamental skills, creating a generation of witches and wizards dependent on specialized tools rather than their own magical capabilities. Others raised concerns about the ethical implications of certain magical advancements, particularly in fields like memory modification and time manipulation. These debates played out in the pages of the Daily Prophet, in meetings of the Wizengamot, and around dinner tables throughout magical Britain. They reflected a community grappling not just with the legacy of conflict, but with questions of identity and purpose in a rapidly changing magical landscape. What kind of wizarding world would emerge from this period of innovation? What values would shape the application of these new magical capabilities? As sleep begins to embrace you more deeply, consider this. Does true magical innovation lie in creating ever more powerful spells and enchantments, or in finding wiser and more compassionate ways to use the magic we already possess? In the quiet laboratory of your dreams, what magical possibilities might you discover? Chapter 5. Family Life in the Wizarding Community. The gentle hush of evening settles over a patchwork of wizarding homes scattered across Britain, each one a sanctuary where magical families weave the ordinary with the extraordinary. In these peaceful years between the wars, the rhythms of family life resumed with a sweetness made more precious by the memory of darker times. Parents who had once checked protective enchantments before bedtime now simply tucked their children in with stories of adventure rather than warnings of caution. The burrow, that wonderfully precarious structure that housed the ever-expanding Weasley family, stood as perhaps the most vibrant example of wizarding family life during this period. By 1985, Molly and Arthur's home buzzed with the energy of 7 children, each carving their own distinct path within the loving chaos. Bill, the eldest, demonstrated an early aptitude for curse-breaking that would eventually lead him to Gringotts. Charlie's fascination with magical creatures grew more pronounced with each passing year, much to his mother's mingled pride and concern. Percy, even at a young age, displayed the seriousness and ambition that would shape his future at the ministry. The twins, Fred and George, left evidence of their mischievous experiments in singed eyebrows and unexplained explosions from their shared bedroom. Ron, still too young for Hogwarts during most of this peaceful interlude, developed his strategic mind through endless games of wizard chess, often played with his father in the warm glow of the kitchen fireplace. And little Ginny, the only daughter, observed her brothers with keen eyes, absorbing their lessons and mistakes alike, all while developing a fierce independence that would serve her well in years to come. The daily life at the Burrow exemplified the blend of magical and mundane that characterized wizarding households. Breakfast dishes washed themselves, while Molly orchestrated the morning chaos with her wand, sending children upstairs for forgotten schoolbooks or jumpers. The family clock with its 9 hands tracked each family member's whereabouts, a magical innovation born of a mother's loving concern. The Darden gnomes were regularly evicted during denoming sessions that somehow transformed chores into adventures for the younger children. Arthur's shed, filled with Muggle artifacts he couldn't resist examining and enchanting, represented his own quiet rebellion against wizarding insularity, a philosophy that would subtly shape his children's worldviews. Though the ministry's misuse of Muggle artifacts office was his professional domain, the line between professional interest and personal fascination often blurred, much to Molly's exasperation and the children's delight. Christmas at the Burrow became particularly magical during these years of peace. Hand-knitted Weasley sweaters in vibrant colors were unwrapped by an ever-growing collection of redheads. The wireless played Celestina Warbeck's holiday specials, while enchanted decorations danced across the ceiling. For the Weasley children, these traditions formed the foundation of their understanding of family. Noisy, sometimes chaotic, occasionally frustrating, but unfailingly loving. Not all wizarding families embraced the warm abundance of the Weasleys, of course. In Wiltshire, behind wrought iron gates and immaculate hedgerows, Malfoy Manor presented a study in aristocratic wizarding life. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, having navigated the post-war period with careful claims of imperious influence, focused their considerable resources on their only son, Draco. Where the Weasley children shared second-hand books and hand-me-down robes, young Draco wanted for nothing material, his nursery filled with enchanted toys that many adult wizards could not afford. The Malfoy household operated with a different kind of magic than the cheerful chaos of the burrow. House elves moved silently through the manor, maintaining its immaculate appearance and serving elaborate meals in the formal dining room. Narcissa, whose love for her son was perhaps the quality she shared most deeply with Molly Weasley, ensured that Draco's education in wizarding history, etiquette, and basic magical theory began years before he would receive his Hogwarts letter. Lucius, determined that his son would understand the importance of the Malfoy legacy, spent evenings in his study with Draco, imparting lessons about influence and alliance that went far beyond what any Hogwarts professor would teach. The portrait gallery of Malfoy ancestors watched these sessions with painted approval, their presence a constant reminder of the family's long and complex history in wizarding Britain. Between these contrasting examples of the Weasleys and Malfoys existed countless variations of wizarding family life. In the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, not far from the burrow, the Lovegood's cylindrical home reflected the uniquely creative approach to parenting taken by Xenophilius. Following the tragic death of his wife in a spell experiment, Xenophilius raised young Luna with an openness to magical possibility that transcended conventional wizarding knowledge. Their home became a repository for curious artifacts and the base of operations for the Quibbler, whose alternative perspectives on magical news would later provide an important counterpoint to ministry-approved narratives. In London, magical families adapted to the challenges of urban wizarding life. Diagon Alley's apartments above shops housed families like the Fortescues, whose children grew up with the sweet aroma of magical ice cream constantly wafting through their home. These children developed an easy familiarity with the rhythm of wizarding commerce, often helping in family businesses from young ages, learning trade secrets and customer relations alongside their magical education. For magical children in predominantly Muggle areas, family life required additional layers of discretion. The Finch-Fletchleys, upon discovering their son Justin's magical abilities, navigated the delicate balance of maintaining connections with their Muggle social circle, while embracing their child's place in a world they themselves could never fully enter. Their home contained carefully designated areas where magic could be practiced safely, hidden from the curious eyes of Muggle visitors. The children born during or just after the war represented a generation raised in the shadow of conflict, but without direct memory of its horrors. Parents who had lived through Voldemort's reign faced the delicate question of how much to share about the recent past. Some, like the Abbotts, chose to preserve their children's innocence, speaking only in general terms about difficult times that had ended. Others, particularly those who had lost family members, felt an obligation to ensure the next generation understood the cost of magical division. This question became particularly complex for families with direct connections to the war. Andromeda and Ted Tonks, whose daughter Nymphadora displayed early signs of the metamorphosis abilities that would later serve her well as an Auror, had to explain why certain branches of their family tree remained unmentioned at gatherings. The Black family tapestry, with its burn marks where blood traitors had been removed, represented a physical manifestation of the divisive ideology that had fueled the conflict. Education before Hogwarts varied widely among wizarding families during this period. While no formal magical primary school existed, informal arrangements emerged to address the needs of young witches and wizards. In Godric's Hollow, Bathilda Bagshot, though advanced in years, occasionally hosted small groups of local magical children for basic lessons in wizarding history and magical theory, though never practical spell work, which remained prohibited for underage wizards. The Fawcett's of Ottery St. Catchpole arranged a skill exchange with neighboring magical families, with parents taking turns teaching subjects according to their strengths. Mrs. Fawcett, accomplished in herbology, introduced young children to non-dangerous magical plants in her greenhouse, while Mr. Diggory taught basic magical zoology, using the relatively safe creatures that inhabited his property. These informal educational circles strengthened community bonds, while preparing children for eventual formal magical education. For many magical children, however, education before Hogwarts resembled that of their Muggle counterparts, with instruction in reading, writing, and arithmetic taking place either at home or at local Muggle primary schools. The Creevey brothers, Colin and Dennis, attended a Muggle school in their Yorkshire town, their parents only discovering their son's magical nature when Colin received his Hogwarts letter years later. Magical children at Muggle schools learned early the importance of the International Statute of Secrecy, developing the careful compartmentalization that would characterize their dual existence. Young witches and wizards became adept at explaining away accidental magic as coincidence or trick of the light, skills that sometimes translated into creative storytelling abilities that would serve them well at Hogwarts. The celebrations and traditions that marked the wizarding year provided touchstones around which family life revolved. While wizarding families observed many of the same holidays as their Muggle neighbors, these occasions often incorporated magical elements that transformed familiar celebrations into uniquely wizarding experiences. Halloween, with its deep roots in magical history, held particular significance. Unlike the commercial holiday it had become in the Muggle world, Halloween in wizarding households involved ancient protective rituals alongside the festive decorations. Carved pumpkins glowed with enchanted light that actually repelled certain minor dark creatures, and traditional foods were prepared with ingredients believed to enhance magical perception during this time, when the boundary between worlds grew thin. As the years of peace lengthened, some traditions that had been abandoned during the war were carefully revived. The practice of magical families hosting summer garden parties returned, with expansive protective enchantments ensuring that even in mixed areas, children could practice flying on training brooms without Muggle detection. These gatherings allowed young witches and wizards to form friendships before starting at Hogwarts, creating connections that would sometimes span houses and years. For magical parents, the approach of their child's 11th birthday brought both pride and a bittersweet awareness that family life would fundamentally change. The arrival of the Hogwarts letter, delivered by Owl, regardless of whether the family was magical or Muggle, marked the official transition from family-centered childhood to the beginning of independent magical education. In the Bones household, Susan's acceptance letter was framed and hung in the family's study, alongside those of her parents and aunts, a visual representation of the continuation of their magical lineage. For Ernie Macmillan, whose family traced their magical heritage across 9 generations, the letter was merely an expected formality, yet his parents still celebrated its arrival with the same enthusiasm they had shown for their own acceptance letters decades earlier. The traditional shopping trip to Diagon Alley for school supplies became a significant ritual for families during these peaceful years. Magical parents guided their children through the experience with a blend of practical advice and nostalgic storytelling, pointing out shops that had existed for generations while helping select cauldrons, potion ingredients, and school robes. For many children, the most momentous part of this excursion was the visit to Ollivanders, where Garrick Ollivander's uncanny memory frequently recalled the wands he had sold to their parents years before. The transition to Hogwarts affected family dynamics in various ways. The Patil household grew quieter with both Padma and Parvati attending school, leaving their parents to navigate the empty nest years earlier than anticipated. The Abbott family established a regular Sunday letter-writing routine, with Hannah knowing that no matter what occurred during her school week, an owl from home would arrive with her parents' news and encouragement. For siblings separated by age, like the Weasleys, Hogwarts created a natural division, as older children departed while younger ones remained at home. Ginny Weasley's year alone at the Burrow, after Ron's departure for Hogwarts, allowed for a special deepening of her relationship with her parents, particularly her mother, whose undivided attention had been rare in the bustling Weasley household. The wizarding community's approach to child-rearing during these years reflected both traditional magical values and changing perspectives influenced by the recent conflict. The emphasis on blood status, while still present in certain circles, faced increasing challenges from families who had seen firsthand the destruction such ideology could cause. Arthur Weasley's fascination with Muggles, once considered merely eccentric, gradually found greater acceptance among progressive magical families who recognized the importance of understanding the non-magical world with which they shared Britain. As moonlight filters through the windows of countless wizarding homes across Britain, we find in each one variations on the same fundamental theme: families creating safe spaces where young witches and wizards could grow into their magical abilities, surrounded by love and guidance. Whether in the organized elegance of Malfoy Manor, or the haphazard warmth of the Borough, in London apartments or country cottages, these families formed the foundation of a wizarding society, slowly healing from the wounds of war. As sleep begins to claim you more fully, consider this question: in what ways does the magic that flows through wizarding homes, whether expressed through self-knitting sweaters, enchanted clocks, or family protection spells, reflect the unique values and priorities of the families who dwell within them? Chapter 6. International Magical Cooperation. As the silver threads of moonlight cast their gentle glow across distant shores, the wizarding world began to reconnect across borders that had become increasingly closed during the years of conflict. Like a complex tapestry being rewoven, international magical relations, once frayed by suspicion and self-preservation, gradually strengthened in the peaceful years following Voldemort's disappearance. This era marked a significant renewal of ancient bonds between magical communities that had existed for centuries before national boundaries were drawn. The International Confederation of Wizards, which had continued to function during the war, albeit with reduced effectiveness, experienced a renaissance under the leadership of Supreme Mugwump Babajide Akingbade, who succeeded Albus Dumbledore in the position. Akingbade, a Nigerian wizard of tremendous diplomatic skill, recognized that the isolationism that had characterized many magical communities during the conflict had weakened the global wizarding community as a whole. Magic flows beyond borders, Akingbade famously declared at his installation ceremony in 1982, and so must our cooperation, if we are to thrive in peace. This philosophy guided the Confederation's approach throughout the decade that followed, as representatives from wizarding governments around the world gathered regularly in their headquarters, hidden within a perpetually mist-shrouded valley in the Swiss Alps. Britain's own Bartemius Crouch Sr., having transferred from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to head the Department of International Magical Cooperation, became a significant figure in these renewed global efforts. Despite the personal tragedy of his son's involvement with Death Eaters, or perhaps because of it, Crouch brought extraordinary dedication to rebuilding Britain's international standing, which had been somewhat diminished during the war years, when the ministry had turned inward to address the domestic threat. Under Crouch's exacting leadership, British representatives to various international magical bodies were held to the highest standards of conduct and competence. His insistence on linguistic precision — he himself spoke over 200 languages — set a tone for cross-cultural communication that elevated Britain's diplomatic effectiveness. Young ministry employees assigned to his department found themselves rigorously trained in magical diplomatic protocols that had been developed over centuries of international wizarding relations. The practical manifestations of renewed international cooperation took many forms. Perhaps most visible was the resumption of international magical travel, which had been severely restricted during the height of the conflict. The International Portkey Office, located on Level 5 of the Ministry of Magic, saw its operations expand dramatically as the demand for cross-border transportation returned to pre-war levels. The complicated process of negotiating portkey regulations with different magical governments each with their own security concerns and customs requirements, became smoother as diplomatic channels reopened. For ordinary witches and wizards, this meant a return to international holidays and family visits that had been curtailed during the war. The popular wizarding resort of Porto Mágico on the Portuguese coast, which had seen its British clientele vanish almost entirely during Voldemort's reign, welcomed a surge of pale-skinned visitors eager to soak in Mediterranean sunshine and sample locally brewed potions unavailable in Britain. Educational exchange programs, long a cornerstone of international magical cooperation, were revitalized during this period. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, under Albus Dumbledore's continued leadership, gradually re-established connections with other magical institutions that had been suspended during the war. By 1985, a small but steady stream of international exchange students spent a term or two studying at Hogwarts, while selected British students had the opportunity to experience education at institutions like Beauxbatons Academy in France, Durmstrang Institute in Northern Europe, and the Ilvermorny School in North America. These exchanges served purposes beyond mere educational enrichment. For young witches and wizards who had grown up during the Insular War years, exposure to different magical traditions and social contexts broadened perspectives in ways that would influence British wizarding society for generations to come. A young Hufflepuff who spent a term at Brazil's Castelo returned with not only enhanced knowledge of magical herbology, but also a different understanding of the relationship between magical humans and the natural world, ideas that would eventually inform her career in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The standardization of certain magical practices across international boundaries became a focus of cooperation during these years. The Potions Regulation International Directorate, PRIDE, established consistent safety guidelines for potion ingredients traded between countries, reducing incidents of cross-border contamination and ensuring that products like bubotuber pus and erumpent fluid were properly contained during transport. Similarly, the International Association of Quidditch revised the official rulebook in 1985, incorporating subtle variations that had developed in different regions while maintaining the essential character of the sport. Trade in magical goods flourished as barriers fell. Quality Quidditch supplies in Diagon Alley began featuring racing brooms from Japanese manufacturers alongside British models like the Clean Sweep and Comet lines. Flourish and Blots expanded its international section, importing translated magical texts from as far away as the ancient libraries of Alexandria. Even Ollivanders, traditionally focused exclusively on British wand-making traditions, began a cautious collaboration with Shikoba Wolf, the famous American wand-maker known for her Thunderbird tail feather cores, resulting in a limited collection of hybrid wands that combined British craftsmanship with American magical components. Cultural exchange enriched the wizarding arts during this period of openness. The Wizarding Academy of Dramatic Arts in London hosted the first International Festival of Magical Performance in 1987, bringing troupes from 5 continents to present traditional and contemporary magical entertainment. British audiences were particularly enchanted by the Japanese magical kabuki performers, whose transfiguration techniques allowed for transformations on stage that surpassed anything previously seen in Western magical theater. In music, the popular British band, the Weird Sisters, incorporated influences from wizarding musical traditions around the world, including rhythmic chanting patterns from African magical communities and melodic structures from the ancient Sanskrit songs of Indian wizards. Their 1988 hit Cauldrons Across the Water explicitly celebrated international magical friendship and spent 17 weeks at the top of the Wizarding Wireless Network's chart. Magical sporting events provided particularly visible platforms for international cooperation. The European Quidditch Cup resumed in 1982, after a 4-year hiatus, with teams from 12 countries competing in a tournament hosted by Spain. Britain's Montrose Magpies reached the semi-finals before being defeated by the eventual champions, the Heidelberg Harriers from Germany. The following year's rematch in the friendly series between the Sweetwater All-Stars from the United States and the Finchley Flyers demonstrated that sporting rivalries could be channeled into positive diplomatic relations. The announcement in 1986 that Britain would host the 422nd Quidditch World Cup in 1994 represented perhaps the greatest vote of confidence from the international magical community. The selection of Britain as host nation involved complex negotiations led by the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports, who had to provide extensive security assurances given the country's recent history. The successful bid sparked an 8-year planning process that would involve virtually every department of the Ministry of Magic and would serve as a catalyst for numerous international agreements on everything from portkey access to dragon egg importation permits. Beyond these high-profile events and initiatives, subtler forms of cooperation developed during this period. International magical research collaborations, which had continued in limited form even during the darkest days of the war, expanded significantly. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries established formal relationships with healing institutions in France, Germany, and Japan, allowing for the exchange of meaty witches and healers, as well as research into treatments for conditions like dragonpox and spell damage. The global effort to maintain the international statute of wizarding secrecy, always a cornerstone of international magical cooperation, evolved to address new challenges in the 1980s. The increasing prevalence of Muggle surveillance technology and global communications required coordinated responses from magical governments worldwide. Britain's Obliviator headquarters shared techniques with their international counterparts, while receiving training in dealing with uniquely modern situations like accidental magic captured on Muggle video cameras. For certain magical families, this era of internationalism offered welcome opportunities to reconnect with relatives abroad. The Patil family, whose extended network of magical relations stretched from Britain to India, hosted cousins from Bangalore during school holidays, strengthening ties that had been strained by the difficulties of international magical travel during the war. The young Patil twins, Padma and Parvati, grew up with a foot in both magical cultures, their understanding of magic enriched by traditions that had developed independently over centuries of separation. Not all international relationships were equally warm, of course. Historical tensions between certain magical communities persisted despite the general trend toward cooperation. British-French magical relations, characterized by a friendly rivalry dating back to the Middle Ages, maintained their complex dynamic. The French Ministry of Magic's criticism of British lenience toward former Death Eaters, who claimed imperious influence, caused diplomatic friction, while British officials privately expressed frustration with French reluctance to extradite magical criminals who fled across the Channel. Relations with Eastern European magical governments proved particularly delicate as the Muggle Cold War continued into the 1980s. While magical communities had never aligned precisely with Muggle political divisions, the isolation of certain regions during the decades of Muggle political separation had created distinct magical cultures with different approaches to international engagement. The defection of Igor Karkaroff from the Eastern Bloc to Britain, where he secured his freedom by providing information on fellow Death Eaters, added a layer of complexity to these already nuanced diplomatic relationships. The magical communities of former colonies navigated their own paths in this era of renewed cooperation. India's Ministry of Magic, having achieved independence from British magical oversight decades before, engaged with Britain as an equal partner rather than a subordinate. Their expertise in certain branches of magic, particularly those related to weather manipulation and magical astronomy, earned respect from European magical institutions that had sometimes dismissed non-Western magical traditions. African magical governments, many of them relatively recently established as formal entities, though representing magical traditions far older than Britain's, brought unique perspectives to international forums. Their traditional approaches to magical conservation, and their systems for integrating magical education with community life, offered alternative models that prompted reflection among more institutionally oriented European ministries. The International Confederation of Wizards, used this period of relative peace to address long-standing issues that had been sidelined during the crisis years. The Global Summit on Magical Creature Rights, held in 1987, brought together representatives from magical governments, creature advocacy groups, and delegations of non-human magical beings, including goblins, centaurs, and merpeople. While the resulting Charter of Magical Being Rights was non-binding and criticized by some as insufficiently progressive, it represented the most comprehensive international attempt to establish cross-species diplomatic protocols in wizarding history. For young witches and wizards coming of age during this period, the increasingly international character of the magical world expanded their horizons in ways their parents' generation could not have imagined. Bill Weasley's decision to pursue a career as a curse-breaker with Gringotts, which would eventually take him to Egypt, reflected this new, outward-looking perspective. Similarly, the young Ravenclaw Penelope Clearwater's interest in international magical law, inspired by a visiting lecturer from the American Magical Congress, pointed toward career possibilities that combined magical expertise with global engagement. As the decade progressed, these various strands of international magical cooperation began to coalesce into something greater than their parts, a global wizarding community, slowly healing from divisions both recent and ancient. The magical world, which had fractured under the pressure of Voldemort's rise, found in its Reconstruction an opportunity to build connections stronger than before, creating networks of collaboration and understanding that would prove vital in years to come. In the quiet hours before dawn, as magical communities across time zones transition between sleep and wakefulness, their shared practice of magic continues to bind them together, despite differences in language, tradition, and history. As your own consciousness drifts towards sleep, consider this. In what ways might the understanding of magic itself be transformed when wizards and witches from different traditions share not just their spells and potions, but the fundamental philosophies that inform their magical practice? Chapter 7. The Evolution of Magical Law. The ancient chambers of the Wizengamot, with their tiered seating and flickering torchlight, had witnessed centuries of magical jurisprudence. But in the aftermath of the First Wizarding War, these hallowed halls became the stage for a profound evolution in how the magical community defined justice, rights, and the very structure of their legal system. As the immediate need for wartime justice receded, deeper questions about the nature of magical law emerged from the shadows. The early post-war years saw the Wizengamot preoccupied with prosecuting those Death Eaters who had not managed to flee or convincingly claim imperious influence. Under Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s leadership, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had adopted extraordinary measures during this period. Measures that, while effective at removing dangerous individuals from society, raised troubling questions about due process and the balance between security and civil liberties. The trials themselves became a crucible in which magical legal principles were tested and sometimes found wanting. The use of verite serum in interrogations, which had become commonplace during the height of the conflict, faced increasing scrutiny from legal scholars. Healer Glover Hipworth's influential paper, The Uncertain Mind, Memory, Truth, and Magical Testimony, published in 1983 in The Practical Potioneer, documented cases where individuals under the influence of the truth potion provided information they sincerely believed was accurate, but which subsequent evidence proved false. This research prompted a landmark case before the Wizengamot in 1984, when Broderick Fitzgibbons appealed his conviction for passing information to Death Eaters, on the grounds that his verite serum testimony had been compromised by memory modification. The resulting ruling, which overturned his conviction and established strict new guidelines for the admissibility of potion-induced testimony, represented a significant shift away from wartime expediency toward more methodical justice. The Fitzgibbons ruling coincided with broader reforms within the magical justice system. Amelia Bones, who had risen rapidly through the ranks of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, championed a comprehensive review of trial procedures. Known for her fair-mindedness and unassailable integrity, Bones pushed for transparency and consistency in how magical law was applied. Her 1985 implementation of standardized evidence collection procedures for Aurors, including proper documentation of spells used during arrests and chain of custody for magical objects, brought new professionalism to magical law enforcement. Perhaps the most significant legal development of this period was the passage of the Magical Habeas Corpus Act of 1986, which established for the first time in wizarding law the principle that no witch or wizard could be held in custody beyond 48 hours without formal charges and a preliminary hearing before at least 3 members of the Wizengamot. This legislation directly addressed one of the most troubling aspects of wartime justice, the indefinite detention of suspects without trial, as had occurred most notably in the case of Sirius Black. The act faced considerable opposition from those who believed it would hamper the ministry's ability to respond to any future dark wizard threats. Dolores Umbridge, then a minor but ambitious official in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, vocally criticized the legislation as coddling potential criminals at the expense of public safety. Despite such resistance, the law passed with strong support from Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold, who recognized that establishing clear legal protections would strengthen, rather than weaken, the legitimacy of the ministry's authority. Beyond criminal procedure, the post-war period saw significant developments in how magical law conceptualized and regulated the complex relationships between different magical beings. The creature rights movement, which had existed at the fringes of wizarding politics for decades, found new momentum in the aftermath of the war. The conflict had demonstrated all too clearly the dangers of magical society's traditional hierarchies and exclusions, prompting reflection on how the legal system treated non-human magical beings. The Goblin Liaison Office, long a backwater within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, underwent substantial reorganization in 1987 under the leadership of Dirk Cresswell, a Muggle-born wizard with an unusual aptitude for the gobbledygook language. Cresswell's approach emphasized diplomatic solutions to the long-standing tensions over wand usage and treasure ownership that had characterized wizard-goblin relations for centuries. While the most radical goblin rights proposals, such as Tobias Mockridge's controversial call for goblin representation on the Wizengamot, failed to gain significant traction, incremental reforms did take place. The Banking Access Act of 1988 formally recognized Gringotts' independent status under Goblin management, while establishing a joint Wizard-Goblin committee to mediate disputes, replacing the previous system where the ministry imposed settlements unilaterally. For house elves, legal progress came more slowly. The entrenched nature of house elf servitude within wizarding culture made substantive reform particularly challenging. Nevertheless, the period saw the first meaningful legislative attention to house elf welfare since the 16th century. The Domestic Magical Being Protection Clause, included almost as an afterthought in broader ministry workplace safety regulations in 1989, established minimal standards for the treatment of bound magical creatures, prohibiting excessive physical punishment and requiring that basic needs for food and shelter be met. Though modest by later standards, this clause represented a conceptual breakthrough in wizarding law, establishing for the first time that the relationship between wizard and house elf was subject to some form of legal oversight, rather than being purely a private matter. The enforcement mechanisms remained weak, and many traditional wizarding families simply ignored the regulations, but a precedent had been established that would later support more comprehensive reforms. Werewolf legislation during this period reflected the complex and often contradictory attitudes of post-war wizarding society. The development of the wolfsbane potion in the early 1980s changed the terms of legal debate by offering the possibility that lycanthropy could be managed rather than merely contained. Progressive legislators argued that werewolves who responsibly used the potion should be exempt from the more restrictive aspects of the Werewolf Code of Conduct. This perspective gained some traction with the Werewolf Protection Act of 1986, which prohibited employment discrimination against werewolves who could demonstrate consistent use of wolfsbane potion and maintenance of secure accommodations during full moons. Unfortunately, the law proved largely symbolic, as it contained no meaningful enforcement provisions, and the expense of the potion remained prohibitive for most affected individuals. The more significant werewolf support services established by the ministry during this period provided some practical assistance, though limited by modest funding and lingering stigma. Centaur-wizard relations represented a uniquely challenging area for legal reform. Unlike goblins or house elves, centaurs largely rejected wizarding authority altogether, rendering many standard legal approaches irrelevant. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures maintained its classification of centaurs as beasts rather than beings, at the centaurs' own insistence, reflecting their disdain for wizarding legal categories. Nevertheless, the period saw some progress in establishing mutual respect, if not formal legal integration. The Centaur Liaison Office, historically a posting reserved for those the ministry wished to sideline, and a frequent source of jokes within the department, was revitalized under the leadership of Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank, whose no-nonsense approach and genuine interest in centaur astronomy earned grudging respect from centaur herds in the Forbidden Forest and elsewhere. The Forest Territories Recognition Decree of 1987, while technically a regulation rather than legislation, formally acknowledged certain woodlands as centaur domains, where ministry authority would not be exercised, except in extraordinary circumstances. This pragmatic approach avoided the philosophical impasse of forcing centaurs into wizarding legal frameworks, while providing practical protection for their traditional ways of life. Merpeople, whose underwater domains kept them naturally separate from wizarding society, saw perhaps the least change in their legal status during this period. The ministry maintained its traditional approach of minimal interference, recognizing Mermish settlements as self-governing and limiting contact to specific diplomatic channels managed through the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The translation of the Treaty of Loch Ness into modern legal terminology in 1989 reaffirmed these long-standing arrangements, while updating provisions related to international magical maritime law. Beyond these specific areas of development, the post-war period witnessed a broader philosophical shift in how magical law was conceptualized. The traumatic experience of seeing the ministry's authority temporarily compromised during Voldemort's rise had profound effects on legal thinking. Wizarding law had traditionally operated on relatively simplistic principles, with the Minister for Magic and the Wizengamot exercising broad discretionary power over most aspects of magical life. The post-war reform movement, championed by figures like Amelia Bones and Tiberius Ogden, sought to establish clearer separation between different aspects of magical governance. The Judicial Independence Charter of 1990, while falling short of creating a fully independent magical judiciary, established important procedural barriers between the investigative functions of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the adjudicative role of the Wizengamot. Educational reform complemented these legislative and institutional changes. The study of magical law at Hogwarts, historically limited to a small section of history of magic, focused on goblin rebellions and international magical cooperation treaties, expanded to include more comprehensive coverage of citizens' rights and responsibilities. Professor Binns, whose teaching methods remained as soporific as ever, was supplemented by occasional guest lectures from ministry legal experts, and even, on one memorable occasion, a Dublin representative from Gringotts. For adult witches and wizards, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement began publishing Know Your Magical Rights, a pamphlet distributed through Diagon Alley shops and ministry offices. This unassuming document represented a significant shift in how the ministry conceptualized its relationship with the magical community, positioning witches and wizards as citizens with specific rights rather than merely subjects of magical governance. The legal profession itself evolved during this period. Traditionally, magical Britain had not maintained a formal bar of qualified magical attorneys comparable to the Muggle legal profession. Most Wizengamot proceedings had been handled directly by ministry prosecutors and defendants or their personal representatives. The post-war years saw the emergence of specialized magical law practitioners, often Muggle-born witches and wizards, with exposure to the more developed legal structures of the non-magical world. Magical law firms like Abernathy, Puckle, and Fleming in Diagon Alley, and Marchbank's Legal Solutions, near the Ministry, offered services ranging from representation in Wizengamot proceedings to assistance with magical contracts and inheritance issues. While never achieving the prominence or numbers of their Muggle counterparts, these practitioners brought new sophistication to wizarding legal practice and made magical law more accessible to ordinary members of the community. The increasing complexity of magical law created challenges as well as opportunities. As regulations proliferated, the ordinary witch or wizard often found it difficult to navigate the evolving legal landscape. Arthur Weasley's misuse of Muggle artifacts office became emblematic of this challenge, earnestly attempting to enforce regulations that many in the wizarding community barely understood or acknowledged. The tension between legal ideals and practical implementation remained a constant theme throughout the period. International influences played an important role in shaping domestic legal development. Britain's magical community, historically somewhat insular in its legal traditions, found itself increasingly influenced by continental European approaches through increased interaction with the International Confederation of Wizards. The adoption of certain standardized international magical law principles, particularly in areas like magical transportation regulations and creature trade restrictions, gradually brought British magical law into closer alignment with global norms. As Cornelius Fudge assumed the position of Minister for Magic in 1990, the legal reform movement that had characterized the post-war period began to lose momentum. Fudge, more concerned with stability and popularity than progressive change, preferred to maintain existing arrangements rather than pursue further structural reforms. Many initiatives that had begun under Bagnold's administration were quietly shelved or allowed to progress at a much slower pace. Yet the legal evolution that had occurred during the decade following Voldemort's first defeat had permanently altered how the wizarding community understood its relationship with law and governance. The principles of due process, rights-based legislation, and institutional transparency had taken root, even if imperfectly implemented. These developments, though they might have seemed like abstract legal theories, would prove crucial in the years to come when the foundations of magical society would once again be tested. As you drift deeper towards sleep, consider this question. In a society where the line between power and justice is drawn by those with wands in their hands, what ultimately provides the stronger protection, carefully written laws, or the moral character of those entrusted with their enforcement? Chapter 8. Cultural Renaissance in the Wizarding World. The soft glow of enchanted lanterns illuminates the cobblestone streets of wizarding communities across Britain, where a remarkable cultural reawakening unfolds in the peaceful years following the First Wizarding War. Like flowers blooming after a long winter, artistic expression, literature, music, and celebration flourished in this era of relative tranquility. The fear that had constrained creativity gradually released its grip, allowing for a vibrant renaissance that would define the decade between conflicts. In the quiet corners of Flourish and Blot's bookshop, where the scent of parchment and binding glue permeated the air, a literary revival took shape that would influence an entire generation of young witches and wizards. The war years had seen publishing restricted primarily to essential educational texts and practical defensive guidebooks. Now, with the pressure of immediate danger lifted, wizarding publishers expanded their catalogs dramatically, embracing both new voices and rediscovered classics. Bathilda Bagshot, whose A History of Magic had long been standard reading at Hogwarts, published her long-awaited memoir, Wand and Wisdom, A Historian's Journey in 1983. The book provided not only personal reflections from her remarkable life, spanning 3 centuries, but also intimate observations of the great wizarding figures she had known, including her own great-nephew, Gellert Grindelwald. Her nuanced portrayal of magical history's complexity resonated deeply with a community seeking to understand its own past in the wake of recent trauma. Fiction thrived particularly during this period. Audiobook Waffling, better known for his theoretical works on magic, surprised the wizarding world with The Transfigured Heart, a novel following the story of a young wizard who discovered his animagus abilities during the Goblin rebellions of the 18th century. The book's sophisticated exploration of identity and transformation, alongside its historically accurate portrayal of a pivotal period in magical history, earned it both popular and critical acclaim. Children's literature experienced a golden age during these years. The Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle comic series reached new heights of popularity, with illustrator Tilden Toots introducing more nuanced Muggle characters that subtly challenged pure-blood prejudices while maintaining the slapstick humor young readers adored. More substantively, Daisy Hookham's My Life as a Muggle, recounting her year without magic, became required reading for Muggle studies students at Hogwarts, its compassionate portrayal of non-magical life, offering a counter-narrative to lingering prejudice. Perhaps most influential among the children's publications was The Fountain of Fair Fortune and Other Tales, a sumptuously illustrated edition of Beedle the Bard's classic stories released in 1985. This version, with commentary by Albus Dumbledore, though published anonymously at the time, subtly reframed these traditional tales to emphasize themes of cooperation across magical divisions, the wizard, witch, and Muggle-born, working together in the title story, took on new significance in the post-war context. Beyond the printed page, the wizarding stage experienced its own revival. The Enchanted Playhouse in Diagon Alley, which had closed its doors during the height of the conflict, reopened with a triumphant production of The Fountain of Fair Fortune, adapted for stage by playwright Leonora Bunbury. The innovation of combining actual magical effects with theatrical performance created an immersive experience unlike anything previously seen in wizarding entertainment, with real Glumbumbles providing the melancholy mist and an enchanted garden that genuinely bloomed as the story progressed. More experimental works found their home at the Leaky Cauldron's back room, converted to performance space on weekend evenings. There, the avant-garde troupe Transfigured Reality presented pieces that blended elements of Muggle performance art with magical techniques, challenging traditional boundaries between audience and performer. Their controversial 1987 piece Obliviate, in which viewers experienced then immediately forgot, a series of magical tableaux, sparked intense debate about the ethics of memory magic in artistic contexts. Visual arts flourished as well, with magical portraits and landscapes finding renewed appreciation. The moving paintings that had long decorated wizarding homes and institutions evolved in technique and subject matter during this period. Artist Theodora Thimble pioneered methods for creating greater depth of personality in portrait subjects, allowing for more complex interactions with viewers. Her portrait of Dumbledore, commissioned for Hogwarts in 1989, was said to capture not just his appearance but his essence, the twinkling eyes conveying both wisdom and the hint of mischief that characterized the headmaster. Landscape artist Hector Bluebell developed what he called atmospheric enchantment in his paintings of magical locations, where viewers could experience not just the visual scene, but subtle sensory elements: the salt spray from a depicted seashore, the scent of pine from a forest clearing. His collection, Hidden Magical Britain, exhibited at the newly established Gallery of Magical Art in Hogsmeade, drew record crowds and renewed interest in magical tourism to the remote locations he depicted. Music underwent perhaps the most dramatic evolution during this cultural renaissance. The Weird Sisters, formed in 1983, revolutionized wizarding music by incorporating elements of Muggle rock alongside traditional magical instruments. Their breakout hit Hippogriff Heartache combined the haunting tones of the Enchanted Lyre with driving drum rhythms more commonly heard in Muggle clubs, creating a crossover sound that appealed to young witches and wizards, increasingly exposed to non-magical culture. For those with more traditional tastes, Celestina Warbeck remained the defining voice of the era. Her post-war concerts became celebrations of renewed freedom, with enchanted fireworks and chorus lines of dancing goblins creating spectacular visual accompaniment to her powerful vocals. Her 1984 ballad, A Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love, became an anthem of the period, its lyrics about finding warmth and passion after coldness resonating with a community emerging from dark times. Wizarding fashion reflected the optimistic spirit of the era, after years where practical considerations had dominated clothing choices, with many wizards and witches choosing styles that could easily blend with Muggle attire if necessary. Magical fashion became more expressive and distinctly wizarding. Twilfit and Tattings unveiled their Starlight collection in 1986, featuring robes embedded with tiny enchantments that caused them to shimmer like the night sky, with constellations that shifted according to the wearer's mood. Gladrag's Wizardwear popularized self-adjusting garments that adapted to weather conditions, changing their weight and warmth as needed. Their color-changing scarves became particularly popular among Hogwarts students, who appreciated how they would automatically display house colors during Quidditch matches, while shifting to more subtle shades for everyday wear. Even wizarding architecture experienced innovation during this period. The reconstruction of properties damaged during the war provided opportunities to incorporate new magical building techniques. Diagon Alley's West End, which had suffered particularly severe damage during a Death Eater attack in the final year of the conflict, was rebuilt with structures featuring expanded interior dimensions and self-repairing facades. The Magical Dwelling Research Cooperative, established in 1984, developed improvements to traditional enchantments for wizarding homes, including more efficient warming charms and security systems that recognized family members' magical signatures. The cultural renaissance extended to how the wizarding community celebrated its traditions and holidays. Halloween, always significant in magical communities, evolved during this period to include more public celebrations. The village of Godric's Hollow, historically reserved in its observances out of respect for the tragedy that had occurred there, gradually incorporated more festive elements into its memorial gatherings, balancing remembrance with celebration of the peace that had been won. Christmas at Hogwarts became increasingly elaborate under Professor Flitwick's direction, with enchanted ice sculptures that performed carols and snow that fell from the Great Hall ceiling but vanished before reaching the tables. In wizarding homes across Britain, the holiday provided opportunities for displays of domestic magic that had been subdued during the war years. Molly Weasley's enchanted Christmas decorations at the Burrow became increasingly ambitious each year, with fairy lights that genuinely contained tiny, benevolent fairy beings and ornaments that sang in perfect harmony. Sporting culture thrived in this atmosphere of renewed freedom. Quidditch, which had suffered during the war years with matches sometimes cancelled due to security concerns, enjoyed a remarkable resurgence. The creation of the Nimbus Racing Broom Company's new models coincided with this renewed interest, allowing for increasingly spectacular play. The Holyhead Harpies, Britain's all-female team, dominated the league in the mid-1980s under the captaincy of Gwenog Jones, whose fierce competitive spirit and strategic brilliance brought new attention to women's participation in the sport. Less mainstream magical games also found new popularity. Gobestones, traditionally considered a children's pastime, developed a competitive adult league with sophisticated strategy and international competitions. The British team's victory in the 1987 European Gobstones Championship, led by Captain Wimple Pimpernel, brought renewed respect to the ancient game and inspired a generation of young players. Wizarding chess evolved beyond recreation into a recognized intellectual pursuit, with Wizengamot member Griselda Marchbanks establishing the annual Hogwarts Chess Championship in 1985, providing scholarships to winners and elevating the game's status. The magical chess pieces themselves became more sophisticated during this period, with master craftsman Devlin Whitehorn, better known for his broomstick designs, creating sets with pieces that developed distinct personalities based on their player's style. The culinary arts experienced their own renaissance. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley became famous for flavor innovations that did more than please the palate. His pepper imp chocolate temporarily allowed the consumer to breathe small flames, while his gillyweed sorbet granted brief underwater breathing capabilities. The publication of Enchanted Entertaining by Celestina Warbeck's mother in 1986 brought sophisticated magical cooking techniques to home kitchens, with recipes for self-frosting cakes and butterbeers that adjusted their warmth to the drinker's preference. The Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade, under Madame Rosmerta's creative direction, introduced seasonal menu items that incorporated magical ingredients in novel ways. Her Christmas mead, infused with essence of fairy wings, ethically collected during natural shedding, became a traditional holiday treat that cast a gentle golden glow over those who drank it, creating an atmosphere of warmth and fellowship that enhanced the social experience. Educational culture evolved beyond the formal Hogwarts curriculum. The establishment of the Wizarding Adult Education Initiative in 1986 provided opportunities for older witches and wizards to develop new magical skills or refine existing ones. Classes ranging from advanced household charms to introductory alchemy operated in community spaces across magical Britain, allowing for lifelong learning that had previously been unavailable to those who had completed their formal education. For magical children too young for Hogwarts, structured educational opportunities expanded beyond family-based instruction. The Little Warlock's primary program, operating in several wizarding communities, including Hogsmeade and Godric's Hollow, provided magical children with foundations in literacy, numeracy, and magical theory, all within environments that accommodated the occasional outbursts of accidental magic common in young witches and wizards. Media evolved significantly during this period. The Daily Prophet, long the dominant news source in wizarding Britain, faced new competition from publications like The Practical Potioneer and Transfiguration Today, which expanded beyond their academic focus to include lifestyle content and commentary on magical current events. The Quibbler, though regarded with skepticism by mainstream wizarding society, found its niche under Xenophilius Lovegood's eccentric editorship, providing perspectives that challenged conventional wisdom and official ministry positions. Wizarding wireless programming diversified beyond news and Celestina Warbeck concerts to include educational content, magical comedy hours, and even serialized dramas. The Adventures of Auror Adams, a weekly radio play following a fictional magical law enforcement officer, became particularly popular, its gentle action and moral clarity providing comfort to a community still processing the real trauma of the war years. The period also saw increased integration of elements from Muggle culture, particularly among younger witches and wizards, and those from mixed or Muggle-born backgrounds. Muggle music, fashion, and literature found their way into wizarding homes, albeit often with magical modifications or misunderstandings of their original context. Arthur Weasley's fascination with Muggle artifacts, though seen as eccentric by many, reflected a broader curiosity about non-magical culture that characterized the more progressive elements of post-war wizarding society. As the decade progressed, this cultural renaissance increasingly reflected a community processing its recent trauma through artistic expression. Works that directly addressed the war experience began to appear, though often couched in metaphor or historical setting. Myron Wagtail's haunting ballad, The Empty Chair, ostensibly about the Goblin rebellions, but clearly referencing losses from the recent conflict, provided a vehicle for collective mourning that many found cathartic. The memorial statue in Godric's Hollow, showing James and Lily Potter with their infant son, stood as perhaps the most poignant artistic expression of the period. Created by sculptor Olympia Ogden and unveiled on the 5th anniversary of Voldemort's defeat, the monument's enchantment that revealed its true form, only to magical observers, symbolized the hidden nature of both the community's grief and its resilience. As the first decade of peace drew to a close, the cultural flourishing had transformed wizarding Britain in subtle but significant ways. New voices had emerged alongside traditional ones, creating a richer, more diverse magical culture. Artistic innovations had pushed the boundaries of what magic could achieve in creative expression. and perhaps most importantly, the shared experiences of beauty, wonder, and reflection had helped heal a community that had been deeply wounded by conflict. As your consciousness drifts toward the peaceful realm of dreams, consider this question: how might the stories we tell, the music we create, and the traditions we celebrate shape not just our understanding of the past, but our vision of what might yet be possible in the quiet space between wakefulness and sleep? What new forms of magical expression might you imagine? Chapter 9: The Silent Movements of Dark Forces. While the surface of wizarding society gleamed with renewal and progress during the peaceful years following the First Wizarding War, shadows still lingered in the hidden corners of Britain. Like still waters that conceal depths beneath their reflective surface, the apparent tranquility of the era masked subtle currents of darkness that never truly disappeared. For while Lord Voldemort's physical form had been destroyed on that fateful Halloween night in Godric's Hollow, the ideologies and loyalties he had cultivated remained, dormant but not extinguished. The immediate aftermath of Voldemort's defeat had scattered his followers like leaves in an autumn wind. Many Death Eaters, faced with the apparent destruction of their master, made calculated choices about their futures. Some, like the Malfoys and the Knots, quickly claimed to have acted under the Imperious Curse, their considerable wealth and influence lending credibility to their protestations of innocence. Others, whose involvement had been more circumspect, simply melted back into society, relieved that their secret allegiances remained undiscovered. The most devoted followers took a different path. Bellatrix Lestrange, along with her husband Rodolphus, his brother Rabiston, and Barty Crouch Jr., demonstrated their unwavering loyalty through the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Their capture and subsequent trial before the Wizengamot removed some of the most dangerous Death Eaters from society, but their fanaticism served as a chilling reminder that not all of Voldemort's supporters had abandoned their cause. Throughout Britain, other wanted Death Eaters went into hiding or fled abroad. Antonin Dolohov, whose specialty in creating particularly vicious curses had made him especially feared during the war, disappeared into Eastern Europe, where rumors occasionally placed him in remote magical communities in the Carpathian Mountains. Thorfinn Roll, whose imposing physical presence had made him a particularly effective enforcer, was reported to have taken refuge in Scandinavia, though sightings were never confirmed. Augustus Rookwood, who had served as Voldemort's spy within the Department of Mysteries, proved particularly elusive. His intimate knowledge of Ministry security protocols and his network of contacts built during his years as an unspeakable made him almost impossible to track. Occasional intelligence suggested his presence in wizarding communities as far-flung as South America and Southeast Asia, but by the mid-1980s, the Auror office had relegated his case to inactive status, the resources for international manhunts diminishing as the years of peace stretched on. Within the Ministry itself, not all those who had sympathized with Voldemort's aims had been identified during the post-war investigations. Pius Thickness, who would years later become Minister for Magic under the Imperious Curse, continued his steady rise through the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. His views on blood purity carefully moderated in public but unchanged in private. Junior officials like young Dolores Umbridge, whose belief in wizarding superiority aligned with Death Eater ideology, even if she had never formally joined their ranks, found opportunities for advancement in a ministry eager to project an image of stability and normalcy. The most significant nexus of continued dark influence centered around Lucius Malfoy. Having successfully presented himself as a victim rather than perpetrator, Malfoy retained his position of prominence in wizarding society. His generous donations to St. Mungo's Hospital, Hogwarts School, and various ministry initiatives bought him access and influence that he wielded with surgical precision. Behind the polished facade of the reformed citizen, Malfoy maintained connections with former associates who shared his views on blood purity and magical heritage. Malfoy Manor, with its extensive grounds and ancient protective enchantments, occasionally hosted discreet gatherings of witches and wizards whose conversation, had it been overheard, would have raised significant concerns at the ministry. These were not planning sessions for violent revolution. Those days seemed past, but rather strategic discussions about preserving traditional wizarding values and ensuring that progressive reforms did not advance too rapidly. Policies affecting magical education, creature rights, and Muggle relations were particular focuses of these gatherings. The dark artifacts that Malfoy had been known to collect did not all find their way into ministry hands during the post-war raids. A secret chamber beneath the drawing room floor contained items of such malevolent enchantment that their mere possession would have earned him a cell in Azkaban. Among these treasures was a small black diary, unremarkable in appearance, but carrying a fragment of Voldemort's soul, a Horcrux entrusted to Malfoy before the Dark Lord's fall, its true nature unknown even to its keeper. Other former Death Eaters who had escaped prosecution maintained similar, if less grand, collections. Knot Manor housed an extensive library of forbidden magical texts, including several volumes on soul magic that had been thought lost during the Ministry's purge of such knowledge centuries earlier. The Crabbe family preserved artifacts related to cursed fire, while the Goyles specialized in items that enhanced physical strength and aggression beyond natural limits. These private collections represented more than mere souvenirs of a darker time. They were resources preserved for a future that their owners believed would eventually arrive, a time when such knowledge and tools would once again prove useful. Though none overtly spoke of Voldemort's return, an unspoken understanding existed among the inner circle that their master's apparent defeat might not be permanent. Beyond Britain's borders, other dark wizards observed the vacuum left by Voldemort's fall with calculated interest. In the forests of Albania, a disembodied spirit, all that remained of the Dark Lord himself, drifted between hosts, possessing small animals whose bodies quickly failed under the strain of containing even this diminished form of such powerful dark magic. Voldemort's consciousness remained, weakened but intact, sustained by the multiple Horcruxes that anchored his soul to the mortal world. The wraith that had once been the most feared dark wizard in Britain existed in a state of near constant agony, capable of limited influence on its immediate surroundings, but unable to communicate with followers or enact any greater plans. Surviving through the possession of snakes and other small creatures, this shadow of Voldemort endured, waiting for an opportunity that might not come for years, but which the fragmented soul believed with certainty would eventually arrive. Closer to home, dark creatures that had allied with Voldemort during the war found themselves in precarious positions in the post-war world. The giants, driven back to their mountain enclaves in continental Europe, faced increasing territory pressures as wizarding settlements expanded into previously remote areas. Their natural aggression, heightened by these encroachments, led to occasional violent encounters with magical communities in Eastern Europe, contributing to further marginalization. Werewolves who had followed Fenrir Greyback found the promises of freedom and status under Voldemort's reign replaced with renewed persecution. Though the development of the Wolfsbane potion offered hope to those who wished to manage their condition responsibly, its prohibitive cost and the lingering stigma attached to lycanthropy pushed many affected individuals to the fringes of society. In the shadows of wizarding Britain, Greyback himself continued to operate, no longer leading an organized pack but occasionally striking against isolated magical households, particularly targeting children in fulfillment of his twisted desire to create more of his kind. The Dementors, perhaps the most unsettling of Voldemort's former allies, remained in ministry service guarding Azkaban prison. Though they had not openly rebelled during the war, their natural affinity for despair and suffering had made them sympathetic to the Dark Lord's aims. Their continued role in the wizarding justice system represented a pragmatic compromise by ministry leadership. The creatures were too useful as prison guards to dismiss, yet their loyalty remained questionable. This arrangement would prove fatally flawed when tested years later. In Nocturne Alley, that shadowy offshoot of the more respectable Diagon Alley, business continued much as it had before and during the war. Establishments like Borgin and Burke's traded in objects of dubious legality, catering to collectors whose interests strayed into darker aspects of magic. The hags, warlocks, and other denizens of this twilight economy existed in a gray area of wizarding law, not explicitly aligned with dark wizards, but creating an ecosystem where forbidden knowledge and artifacts could continue to circulate. The more organized magical criminal elements, which had sometimes found common cause with Death Eaters during the war, returned to their usual activities in the post-war period. The trafficking of restricted magical substances, from dragon eggs to powdered bicorn horn, continued through networks that stretched from Britain to the continent and beyond. These smuggling operations occasionally intersected with the interests of former Death Eaters, creating informal alliances of convenience that kept certain channels of communication open between scattered dark wizards. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the influence of dark magic persisted in subtle ways. In the Slytherin Common Room, certain older students passed down stories of the Dark Lord's power and vision that diverged significantly from the official history taught in classrooms. These narratives, shared in whispers behind privacy charms, presented Voldemort not as a murderous extremist, but as a visionary whose methods had perhaps been excessive, but whose fundamental aim of wizarding supremacy had merit. The children of former Death Eaters, whether their parents had been convicted or had escaped justice, carried their own psychological burdens. Some, like young Draco Malfoy, were raised with carefully calibrated messaging, public disavowal of Voldemort's methods, coupled with private emphasis on the natural order of blood purity. Others, whose parents languished in Azkaban, developed complex relationships with their family legacy, torn between shame and a defensive pride that could easily curdle into resentment against the society that had imprisoned their parents. Professor Severus Snape occupied a uniquely ambiguous position in this landscape. Appointed to the position of Potions Master by Dumbledore, despite his former allegiance to Voldemort, Snape maintained connections to the families of many former Death Eaters through his role as head of Slytherin House. While secretly sworn to Dumbledore through an unbreakable vow made after Lily Potter's death, Snape's outward demeanor and apparent favoritism towards students from traditionally dark families allowed him to preserve credibility with those who still harbored sympathy for Voldemort's cause. This carefully maintained position made Snape an invaluable source of intelligence for Dumbledore, who alone knew the true extent of the Potions Master's loyalty. Through casual conversations in the homes of his students' parents, or observations made during social gatherings he was obligated to attend, Snape gathered threads of information about the movements and attitudes of former Death Eaters, feeding this intelligence back to the headmaster in carefully concealed reports. As the years passed, the signs of persistent dark influence became increasingly subtle, but no less concerning to those few who paid close attention. Amendments to educational decrees that gradually reduced emphasis on Muggle studies, revisions to creature classification that reinforced hierarchical views of magical beings, foreign policy positions that limited engagement with Muggle governments. These seemingly minor administrative changes reflected the quiet work of those who had never abandoned the pure-blood agenda, even as they publicly distanced themselves from Voldemort's methods. Albus Dumbledore, perhaps alone among prominent wizards, maintained his vigilance throughout this period. The headmaster's network of contacts, built over decades and spanning the global magical community, provided him with perspectives beyond the insular view of British wizarding society. Through sources ranging from centaur astronomers to visiting scholars from distant magical traditions, Dumbledore gathered indicators that supported his belief that Voldemort was not truly gone, but merely temporarily disembodied. The Order of the Phoenix, the secret organization Dumbledore had formed to combat Voldemort during the war, was not formally disbanded, but entered a dormant phase. Occasional gatherings took place, ostensibly social events, but serving as opportunities to share observations and maintain connections that might need to be quickly activated in the future. Alastor Moody, though officially retired from the Auror office, continued his own surveillance of known former Death Eaters, his magical eye allowing him to observe activities hidden from ordinary wizards. As the decade of peace neared its end, certain events began to trouble those who watched for signs of resurging darkness. The break-in at Gringotts in 1991, though unsuccessful, targeted a high-security vault with connections to Nicholas Flamel, creator of the Philosopher's Stone. While officially attributed to ordinary magical criminals, the sophistication of the attempt suggested capabilities beyond common thieves. Later that same year, the disappearance of Quirinus Quirrell, during his sabbatical before assuming the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, raised few alarms at the time, but would later be recognized as a pivotal moment in Voldemort's slow return to power. For the average witch or wizard, however, these incidents barely registered against the backdrop of normal life. The wizarding community, having enjoyed nearly a decade of peace and prosperity, had largely accepted the comforting narrative that the dark times were firmly in the past. Parents who had once checked protective enchantments nightly now sent their children to Hogwarts with typical concerns about grades and Quidditch positions rather than fears for their safety. This collective desire to move forward rather than dwell on painful history created an environment where the subtle movements of dark forces could proceed with minimal scrutiny. Ministry resources devoted to tracking dark wizards diminished year by year, redirected to more pressing concerns like regulation of imported cauldrons or the standardization of broomstick safety features. Intelligence gathering on potential dark activity became increasingly reactive rather than proactive as institutional memory of the war faded. In this atmosphere of gradual complacency, the pieces were slowly moving into position for events that would eventually shatter the illusion of permanent peace. Dark wizards who had maintained their freedom established networks of influence within key institutions. Forbidden knowledge preserved in hidden collections waited for those who would eventually employ it. And somewhere in the forests of Albania, a disembodied spirit endured, its diminished consciousness fixed on a single goal, returned. As your mind drifts deeper towards sleep, consider this question: how might the seeds of future conflict be taking root, even in times of apparent peace? And what whispers of warning might we discern, if we listen closely to the silence between moments of celebration? Chapter 10. The Young Harry Potter Years. In the ordinary suburban landscape of Little Winging, Surrey, where identical houses lined Privet Drive with military precision, few would have guessed that a child of extraordinary significance to the wizarding world was growing up behind the pristine door of Number 4. While magical Britain celebrated its years of peace, rebuilt its institutions, and gradually lowered its guard, the boy who had inadvertently brought about this era of tranquility lived in circumstances far removed from the adulation that surrounded his name elsewhere. The decision to place Harry Potter with his Muggle relatives had been made in the immediate aftermath of tragedy: the murder of Lily and James Potter by Lord Voldemort, and the Dark Lord's subsequent disappearance after his killing curse rebounded from the infant Harry. Albus Dumbledore, with the reluctant assistance of Professor McGonagall and Rubeus Hagrid, had left the sleeping child on the doorstep of the Dursley home, with only a letter to explain the extraordinary circumstances that had led to this moment. For Petunia Dursley, the arrival of her sister's child represented the unwelcome intrusion of a world she had spent years pretending did not exist. Her childhood jealousy of Lily's magical abilities had calcified into a rigid rejection of anything associated with wizardry. Vernon Dursley, her husband, matched and perhaps exceeded her in his determination to maintain a life of impeccable normality. Their son Dudley, just months older than Harry, became the center of their world, pampered, indulged, and praised for the most ordinary achievements. Harry's earliest years at Privet Drive established patterns that would define his childhood. While not subjected to physical abuse, he experienced persistent emotional neglect and casual cruelty. The cupboard under the stairs became his bedroom, a small, dusty space filled with spiders and illuminated by a single bare bulb. His clothes were Dudley's cast-offs, several sizes too large and often worn at the seams. Meals, while not withheld entirely, were meager compared to the generous portions served to his cousin. The young boy, with unruly black hair, and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, had no knowledge of his significance or heritage. The Dursleys maintained a strict policy of suppressing any mention of magic or Harry's parents beyond the fiction that Lily and James Potter had died in a car crash. Questions were discouraged, curiosity treated as a form of misbehavior, and any unusual occurrences attributed to coincidence or imagination. Yet, despite these efforts, Harry's inherent magic occasionally manifested in ways the Dursleys could neither anticipate nor entirely explain away. When Petunia, frustrated with Harry's perpetually untidy hair, cut it brutally short, leaving only a fringe to hide his horrible scar, the boy woke the next morning to find his hair had grown back to its original length. A particularly hideous sweater, Petunia attempted to force him to wear mysteriously shrank until it might have fit a doll, but certainly not a young boy. These incidents of accidental magic, common among wizarding children but incomprehensible to the Dursleys, resulted in punishments that further isolated Harry. Confined to his cupboard for days at a time, he developed an interior life rich with imagination and resilience. Without knowing the terms for what he experienced, Harry learned to suppress his emotional reactions to reduce the frequency of these magical outbursts, developing a control unusual for a child his age. At primary school, Harry's situation improved only marginally. His oversized clothes, taped glasses, and the Dursleys' subtle campaign to paint him as troubled made him an easy target for bullying. Dudley and his friends made Harry hunting a favorite pastime, chasing him through the schoolyard and ensuring that other children kept their distance, lest they also become targets. Teachers, while occasionally concerned about his withdrawn nature and academic underperformance, found their inquiries deftly deflected by Petunia's explanations about his supposedly troubled background. One memorable incident occurred when Harry was 8 years old. Pursued by Dudley's gang during a lunch break, he found himself suddenly on the roof of the school kitchens, having apparently jumped behind a large rubbish bin, but somehow traveling far further than physically possible. The school's letter to the Dursleys about this dangerous climbing resulted in another extended stay in the cupboard, and increased vigilance from his aunt and uncle regarding any signs of abnormality. The most dramatic manifestation of Harry's untrained magical abilities took place during a visit to the London Zoo for Dudley's 11th birthday. Having accidentally been included in the outing, because Mrs. Fig, the elderly neighbor who usually watched him, had broken her leg, Harry experienced a rare day away from Privet Drive. In the reptile house, his spontaneous communication with a Brazilian boa constrictor, followed by the mysterious vanishing of the glass enclosure and the snake's subsequent escape, created precisely the scene of chaos and abnormality that the Dursleys most dreaded. This incident resulted in Harry's longest punishment to date, confined to his cupboard with minimal food for weeks until the summer holidays began. Unbeknownst to him, reports of this magical occurrence filtered back to the Ministry of Magic through its monitoring systems for underage magic in Muggle areas. The incident was officially classified as accidental magic requiring no intervention, but the file bearing Harry Potter's name received particular attention given his status, with a copy forwarded to Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Throughout these years, Harry remained unaware that he was being monitored and protected from afar. Arabella Fig, the seemingly ordinary if somewhat eccentric cat-loving neighbor who occasionally looked after him, was in fact a squib, a non-magical person born to wizarding parents, placed in Little Winging by Dumbledore specifically to keep watch over the boy. Her reports, delivered through secure channels, provided regular updates on Harry's physical condition, the general circumstances of his life with the Dursleys. These reports sometimes prompted debate among the few who were aware of Harry's situation. Minerva McGonagall, who had expressed reservations about the Dursleys from the beginning, occasionally suggested more direct intervention. Dumbledore, however, remained firm in his decision that Harry should remain with his blood relatives until he reached the age to attend Hogwarts. The ancient magic that Lily Potter had invoked through her sacrificial death created a protection that functioned only while Harry could call home a place where her blood dwelled, specifically with her sister Petunia. Beyond this immediate surveillance, more subtle protective enchantments surrounded Privet Drive. Dumbledore himself had established wards that would alert him to any approach by magical persons bearing ill intent. These protections were renewed annually, requiring periodic visits by Order members who performed the necessary spellwork discreetly, typically while the Dursleys and Harry were away from the house or sleeping. In the wider wizarding world, Harry Potter's name had become legend. Children born in the years following Voldemort's defeat grew up hearing bedtime stories about the boy who lived. His imagined adventures appeared in popular children's books like Harry Potter and the Dragon's Treasure and Harry Potter's Journey to the Stars, fanciful tales that bore no resemblance to the reality of his life on Privet Drive. These unauthorized publications, while technically in violation of various wizarding laws regarding privacy, were generally overlooked by the Ministry as harmless entertainment. More serious scholarly works examined the events at Godric's Hollow from various perspectives. Modern Magical Theory and the Survival Paradox, by magical theorist Adalbert Waffling, devoted an entire chapter to possible explanations for how an infant had survived the previously unsurvivable killing curse. Maternal Magical Protection, Ancient Principles in Modern Context, by healer Hippocrates Smethwick, proposed that Lily Potter had knowingly invoked blood magic of pre-medieval origin in her final moments. Annual commemorations of Voldemort's defeat invariably centered on the Potter family's sacrifice and Harry's miraculous survival. The most significant of these took place in Godric's Hollow, where the cottage where the Potters had died was preserved as a memorial. Invisible to Muggles, who saw only an ivy-covered ruin with a dangerous structure sign, the building attracted wizarding visitors throughout the year, but especially on Halloween. Many left messages of gratitude on the gate, or conjured everlasting flowers to express their respect. The contrast between Harry's celebrated status in the wizarding world and his actual circumstances created a disconnect that would later shape his complicated relationship with fame. In the magical community, he represented hope, triumph, and the ultimate validation of the power of love over dark magic. In the Dursley household, he was at best an unwelcome burden, and at worst a constant reminder of the abnormality that Petunia had spent her adult life trying to escape. As Harry approached his 11th birthday, subtle changes began to occur in the Dursley household. Following the incident at the zoo, and perhaps recognizing that Harry was approaching the age when Lily had received her Hogwarts letter, Petunia and Vernon became increasingly anxious about any sign of magical ability. When Dudley received a place at Vernon's alma mater, Smeltings, Harry was informed that he would attend the local comprehensive school, Stonewall High, a decision made with the obvious hope that ordinary surroundings might suppress any emerging magical tendencies. The arrival of Harry's Hogwarts letter, addressed with unsettling specificity to the cupboard under the stairs, triggered panic in the Dursley household. Vernon's increasingly desperate attempts to prevent Harry from reading these letters, moving him to Dudley's second bedroom, nailing shut the mail slot, and ultimately fleeing to a remote shack on a storm-lashed island, reflected not just fear but a final, futile effort to deny the reality they had always known would eventually arrive. Throughout his childhood years, Harry developed character traits that would later serve him well in the challenges that awaited him at Hogwarts and beyond. Living with the Dursleys taught him self-reliance, emotional resilience, and the ability to find inner resources when external support was lacking. His experiences with bullying fostered both a distaste for injustice and a willingness to stand up for others in similar situations. The need to observe carefully and interpret the unspoken rules of the Dursley household honed his perceptiveness about people and situations. Importantly, Harry's early years also established his hunger for connection and belonging. Without friends or supportive adults, he developed an acute appreciation for genuine kindness when he encountered it. The rare moments when a teacher showed interest in his progress, or a stranger smiled at him in a shop, took on exaggerated significance in an emotional landscape largely characterized by indifference or hostility. What Harry could not know during these years was how his experiences, difficult as they were, were preparing him for a destiny that would have been impossible to fulfill had he grown up surrounded by wizard adulation. The boy who would eventually face Voldemort again needed qualities that comfort might not have cultivated: determination forged through adversity, humility developed in obscurity, and the capacity to value friendship that can only be fully appreciated by those who have known its absence. In the Ministry of Magic, the file on Harry Potter remained active throughout these years, though with increasingly infrequent additions as the peaceful period continued. Standard monitoring of underage magic recorded the occasional incidents, but as these decreased in frequency, likely due to Harry's unconscious suppression of his abilities, official interest waned. By the spring of 1991, the file had not been updated for nearly 8 months. Dumbledore, however, maintained his vigilant awareness of Harry's situation. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts contained a small silver instrument that monitored the strength of the blood protection surrounding Privet Drive, its soft whirring confirming that, whatever the emotional deprivations of Harry's life there, the fundamental magical security remained intact. Dumbledore's pensive occasionally revisited memories of the night Harry became an orphan, searching for nuances or details that might offer additional insight as the time approached for the boy to enter the wizarding world. In early 1991, preparations began at Hogwarts for Harry's anticipated arrival that autumn. Professor McGonagall made a special notation beside his name in the enchanted ledger that recorded all magically gifted children in Britain. Hagrid, who had carried infant Harry to the Dursleys a decade earlier, volunteered to be the one to deliver his letter personally if the normal owl post proved ineffective, a foresight that would prove necessary given Vernon Dursley's determined resistance. As Harry leapt fitfully on the floor of a shack on a rock in the sea, on the eve of his 11th birthday, unaware of the approaching moment when Hagrid would literally break down the door to his muggle existence, the wizarding world held its collective breath. The years of peace had allowed for healing, rebuilding, and a return to normal life. Yet those who understood the deeper currents of magical history knew that Harry Potter's re-entry into the magical community would mark the beginning of a new chapter, one that might eventually test whether the hard-won peace was merely an interlude or a permanent victory. As sleep wraps you in its gentle embrace, consider this: how might the contrasting worlds of Harry's childhood, the mundane cruelty of Privet Drive, and the unseen adulation of the wizarding community, have shaped the person who would ultimately fulfill the destiny foreshadowed by that lightning scar? What strength might be found in growing up ordinary when the extraordinary awaits? Chapter 11. The Changing Guardians of Peace. In the quiet corridors of the Ministry of Magic, where the soft ticking of enchanted clocks and the gentle swoosh of interdepartmental memos created a soothing backdrop to the business of governance, the Auror Office underwent a gradual but profound transformation during the years of peace. Those dark wizard catchers who had once stood as the front line against Voldemort's forces found themselves adapting to a world where their skills were needed for different, often less dramatic purposes. Like swordsmiths in peacetime learning to craft plowshares, these highly trained magical law enforcement specialists redirected their considerable abilities toward maintaining the tranquility they had helped secure. The immediate post-war period had seen the Auror Office operating at maximum capacity. Under Bartemius Crouch, Ace leadership, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had pursued remaining Death Eaters with uncompromising vigor. Aurors worked extended shifts, following the barest whispers of intelligence that might lead to captures. Their mandate, expanded during the height of the conflict to include the authorized use of unforgivable curses against suspected Death Eaters, remained in effect during these early months as the Ministry sought to ensure that Voldemort's defeat would not be followed by a resurgence of his followers. Alastor Mad-Eye Moody epitomized the horror of this transitional period. Having lost an eye, a leg, and chunks of his nose to dark wizard encounters, Moody's physically scarred appearance reflected the psychological vigilance that never left him even as the immediate threat receded. His growled mantra of constant vigilance echoed through the training rooms, where new Aura recruits learned that peace did not equal safety, merely a different kind of danger. The cohort that joined the Aura office in the aftermath of the war brought with them the determination forged by living through the conflict. Many had lost family members or friends to Death Eater attacks, their career choices motivated by personal experiences of the Dark Lord's reign. Kingsley Shacklebolt, whose calm demeanor belied an extraordinary magical talent, exemplified this group. Having graduated from Hogwarts in the final years of the war, Shacklebolt entered Aura training with a quiet resolve that would later serve him well in far more significant roles than he could have imagined as a rookie. As the months of peace extended into years, however, the nature of Aura work gradually shifted. The most dangerous Death Eaters had been captured or driven into deep hiding abroad. The emergency powers granted during wartime were scaled back as the Wizengamot, under pressure from civil liberties advocates, re-established normal judicial processes. Rufus Scrimgeour, who succeeded Crouch as head of the Aura office when the latter moved to international magical cooperation, oversaw this transition with the strategic precision that would eventually lead to his appointment as Minister for Magic. By the mid-1980s, the Aura training program had been restored to its full 3-year course, reversing the wartime condensed version that had rushed qualified wands into the field. The curriculum evolved to address a broader range of threats beyond Death Eater tactics. Trainees now spent more time studying magical smuggling operations, the illegal trade in restricted substances and creatures, and international cooperation with magical law enforcement agencies from other countries. This expanded focus reflected the changing nature of magical crime in peacetime. Without the organizing presence of Voldemort, dark magic incidents became less ideologically driven and more opportunistic or profit-motivated. The black market for powerful magical artifacts, always present but previously overshadowed by the war, now represented a primary concern for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Nymphadora Tonks, who would begin her Aurora training near the end of this peaceful period, would enter a program that balanced traditional combat training with more subtle skills, disguise and concealment, always part of the Aurora's toolkit, but previously secondary to dueling prowess, received greater emphasis, a perfect match for Tonks's natural metamorphosis abilities. Infiltration techniques, magical forensics, and international magical law gained prominence in the training syllabus as the Aurora office adapted to policing a society at peace. Beyond the formal Aurora Corps, other Guardians of the Peace evolved their roles during this period. The Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, sometimes viewed as a lesser division compared to the elite Aurors, found their day-to-day work maintaining order in wizarding communities commanding new respect. During the war, their duties had often been reactive, responding to incidents after they occurred. In peacetime, they developed more proactive approaches to community safety. Under the leadership of Amelia Bones, the wider Department of Magical Law Enforcement implemented community liaison programs in places like Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. Patrol officers became familiar presences, their regular routes allowing them to develop relationships with shop owners and residents. This approach, besides improving general security, created intelligence networks that could identify unusual activities or unfamiliar faces that might warrant closer investigation. The Hit Wizards, that specialized tactical unit of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, called in for particularly dangerous arrests, found their deployment patterns shifting as well. During the war, they had operated almost continuously, often suffering casualties and confrontations with cornered Death Eaters. Now, their highly trained teams spent more time in readiness than in action, maintaining their skills through rigorous exercises while being called into the field only for the most extreme situations. This relative inactivity led to innovations in tactics and equipment. Williamson, a senior hit wizard, whose distinctive long ponytail and earring belied his exacting professionalism, developed new shield charm configurations that could be maintained by teams working in coordination rather than individuals. These interlocking protections allowed for safer approaches when dealing with dangerous suspects or magical creatures that had breached containment. Within the ministry itself, security underwent significant refinement during these years. The Magical Security Committee, established during the war as a temporary measure, became a permanent fixture, overseeing protections for the ministry complex and other critical magical infrastructure. Enchanted identification systems replaced the more casual access procedures of pre-war days. The visitor's entrance, disguised as a red telephone box in Muggle London, now required more specific information before granting access, and the security desk in the atrium performed more thorough wand checks. Beyond physical security, magical surveillance techniques evolved considerably. Detecting dark magic had always been possible, but the post-war period saw more sophisticated methods developed that could identify specific magical signatures rather than merely general categories of spells. The improper use of Magic Office refined the trace that monitored underage wizardry, making it more precise in distinguishing between magic performed by minors and adults in the same location, though the system remained imperfect, as Harry Potter would later discover to his cost. The Watchers extended beyond Britain's borders as well. The International Magical Office of Law, a division of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, maintained intelligence-sharing relationships with their counterparts in other countries. Wizarding Britain had learned hard lessons about the importance of international cooperation during Voldemort's first rise. Isolated by choice and circumstance, the Ministry had been slow to recognize the global dimensions of the threat. In the peace that followed, maintaining these connections became a priority, allowing for coordinated responses to dark wizards who operated across national boundaries. For individual Aurors and other magical law enforcement personnel, the years of peace brought both professional challenges and personal opportunities. Those who had known nothing but war since joining the ministry found themselves navigating a different professional landscape. Some struggled with the transition, their highly honed combat reflexes occasionally leading to overreactions in more mundane situations. The department established a magical trauma response unit, providing support for those whose experiences had left psychological scars alongside the physical ones. Others found the peace liberating. John Dawlish, whose by-the-book approach and meticulous attention to procedural detail had sometimes hindered him during the fluid chaos of wartime operations, flourished in the more structured environment of peacetime law enforcement. His methodical investigation techniques and exhaustive documentation became models for the department, particularly useful in building cases that would stand up to the more rigorous judicial standards now being applied by the Wizengamot. For Aurors with families, the reduced threat level meant being able to maintain more normal home lives. During the height of the war, many had lived under Fidelius charms or other powerful protective enchantments, their loved ones effectively isolated for their own safety. Now, they could return to their communities, their children could attend local magical schools or play with neighboring wizard children, and the constant fear of targeted attacks gradually receded. The career paths of magical law enforcement officers diversified during this period as well. While the war had demanded that virtually all resources be directed toward combating Death Eaters, peace allowed for specialization. Some Aurors focused on particular types of dark magic, becoming experts in cursed objects or the magical equivalent of forensic science. Others developed expertise in specific magical creatures that presented security concerns, working closely with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures on cases involving dragons, manticores, or other dangerous species. International assignments became more common, with British Aurors seconded to other magical governments for training exchanges or collaborative operations. Proudfoot, who would later form part of the Auror detail, assigned to Hogsmeade during Harry's 6th year at Hogwarts, spent 3 years with the Australian Ministry of Magic's Outback Patrol, developing expertise in tracking magic across vast distances that would later prove invaluable in Britain. As the first decade of peace progressed, however, subtle shifts in ministry priorities began to affect the guardians of magical security. The Auror Office, which had commanded virtually unlimited resources during the war and its immediate aftermath, saw its budget allocations gradually reduced as new administrations directed funding toward less martial departments. Training class sizes shrank, equipment replacement schedules stretched, and new security initiatives faced increasingly stringent cost-benefit analyses before approval. This trend accelerated following Cornelius Fudge's appointment as Minister for Magic, where Millicent Bagnold had maintained a realistic assessment of ongoing security needs. Fudge preferred to project an image of complete normalcy and absolute safety. The minister's desire to be liked, combined with pressure from influential pure-blood families who found certain security measures inconvenient to their business interests, led to a deprioritization of vigilance in favor of more visible but less substantive initiatives. Professional R's, like Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, adapted to these changing political winds while maintaining their personal commitment to genuine security. They learned to navigate the bureaucracy, finding ways to pursue necessary investigations or security measures without triggering political sensitivities. This required developing skills not taught in R training, diplomatic phrasing in reports, strategic timing of funding requests, and cultivation of allies in other departments who shared their concerns about complacency. Alastair Moody's retirement from active service in the late 1980s symbolized the changing of the guard in magical law enforcement. Though he remained a consultant and continued to mentor particularly promising trainees, his departure from daily operations marked the end of the immediate post-war era. The Aurors, who had experienced the height of the conflict firsthand, were gradually replaced by a new generation who knew of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, primarily through training scenarios and historical accounts. Yet even as institutional memory of the war faded and resources were directed elsewhere, certain individuals maintained their vigilance. Amelia Bones, who rose to become head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, never allowed her personal standards to be compromised by political expediency. Her reputation for absolute fairness combined with uncompromising competence made her both respected and somewhat feared throughout the ministry. Under her leadership, the department maintained higher standards than might otherwise have been possible in the political climate of Fudge's administration. Outside the formal structures of the ministry, other guardians maintained their watch. Albus Dumbledore, whose network of contacts extended far beyond Britain's magical community, gathered intelligence through channels unavailable to official agencies. Former members of the Order of the Phoenix, though no longer meeting regularly, maintained their connections and occasionally shared observations about potential concerns. This informal security network, operating alongside but separate from ministry efforts, would later prove crucial when official channels were slow to acknowledge Voldemort's return. As the peaceful decade neared its end, the guardians of magical Britain's security had been transformed in ways both evident and subtle. The battle-hardened Aurors of the war years had given way to a more diverse force with broader skills but less direct experience of dark wizard combat. Security protocols had been refined and systematized, but political pressures had gradually eroded support for constant vigilance. The focus had shifted from confronting an existential threat to managing routine magical law enforcement in a society that increasingly took its safety for granted. For most of the wizarding community, this evolution seemed entirely positive, a natural progression from war footing to normal civil society. Only a few, like Moody with his magical eye that could see through illusions, recognized that peace had brought its own form of vulnerability. The Guardians had changed, adapting to new demands and constraints, but the fundamental questions remained. Would they be ready if darkness gathered once more? Had the hard-won lessons of the first war against Voldemort been truly learned, or merely filed away in archives that gathered dust as memories faded? As you drift toward deeper slumber, consider this question: does true security lie in the strength of our shields and the vigilance of our watchers, or in our willingness to remember that which we would prefer to forget? Chapter 12. The Gathering Storm. As the decade of peace drew to its close, subtle shifts began to disturb the tranquility that had settled over the wizarding world. Like the almost imperceptible drop in barometric pressure that precedes a tempest, these changes were noticed only by the most sensitive observers, those whose experiences had taught them to recognize the signs of gathering darkness. For most of magical Britain, life continued in comfortable patterns established during the years following Voldemort's fall. But beneath this placid surface, currents of unease had begun to stir. The summer of 1990 brought unusual weather patterns that even Muggles remarked upon: unseasonable mists curling through valleys in the Scottish Highlands, sudden temperature drops along the coast of Wales, and peculiar cloud formations that meteorologists struggled to classify. In the wizarding community, those attuned to natural magical signatures recognized these phenomena as something more significant than ordinary climatic variations. Centaur astronomers in the Forbidden Forest observed planetary alignments reminiscent of those that had preceded the rise of Grindelwald decades earlier, their meaning clear enough that Firenze broke with tradition to share concerns with Albus Dumbledore during one of their rare meetings at the forest's edge. Within the Ministry of Magic, statistical anomalies began appearing in reports that crossed various departmental desks. The improper use of Magic Office noted a 23% increase in cases of underage magic in households with no previously registered magical residents, often an indicator of Muggle-born children approaching Hogwarts age, whose abilities were manifesting with increasing strength. While not inherently concerning, the pattern echoed a similar surge recorded in the early 1970s, just before Voldemort's first rise to power, when magical abilities had seemed to intensify in response to gathering dark forces. More troubling were the reports from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, which documented unusual behavior among various magical species. Merpeople in the North Sea retreated to deeper waters, abandoning traditional territories they had inhabited for centuries. Unicorn herds in the New Forest became increasingly elusive, their sightings rare even by those wizards they had previously tolerated at a distance. Most ominous were accounts from Romania of dragons displaying heightened aggression and territorial expansion beyond their normal ranges, requiring additional handlers to maintain the reserve security. These various indicators might have been connected and analyzed had the ministry maintained the interdepartmental intelligence coordination established during the war years. However, bureaucratic restructuring under Cornelius Fudge's administration had eliminated such mechanisms as unnecessary expenses during peacetime. Individual reports remained isolated within their respective departments, patterns that might have been recognized collectively, instead appearing as disconnected anomalies, easily attributed to statistical variation or exaggerated field observations. Those few who did perceive the broader implications found themselves increasingly marginalized. Alastor Moody, whose attempts to maintain vigilance had once been respected if sometimes humored, now found his concerns dismissed as the paranoia of a wizard who had seen too many battles. When he presented a comprehensive analysis of changing dark wizard movement patterns across Europe to Cornelius Fudge in early 1991, the minister responded with polite disinterest, suggesting that perhaps retirement had left Moody with too much time for speculation. Within the Department of Mysteries, the Unspeakables had detected subtle fluctuations in magical energy that their instruments could measure but not explain. In the Chamber of Time, the bell jar containing the continuously transforming hummingbird occasionally reversed its cycle, the bird aging forward, then backward in an arrhythmic pattern previously unobserved. The brain tank in the thought chamber showed increased activity, the organs within pulsing with thoughts that seemed to synchronize momentarily before dispersing into their usual chaotic patterns. Most concerning were readings from monitoring devices in the love chamber, where the strength of the power housed within, the force Dumbledore had always maintained was Voldemort's greatest weakness, showed periodic diminishment, as though something was attempting to counteract its influence. Beyond Britain's borders, international magical security agencies had begun noting concerning trends. The International Confederation of Wizards Intelligence Division reported increased activity around sites of historical dark magic in Albania, though their agents could never quite pinpoint the source. Unusual disappearances of magical scholars specializing in ancient soul magic were documented in 3 countries, though with no clear evidence of foul play. These cases remained open but uninvestigated. Gringotts branches across Europe reported subtle probing of their security systems, not outright break-in attempts, but systematic testing of wards and protections, as though someone were gathering intelligence for future action. In Hogwarts Castle, where the ancient stones themselves seemed sometimes to resonate with foreknowledge of events to come, Dumbledore spent increasing hours in his office, surrounded by delicate silver instruments of his own design. These devices, many of which monitored magical conditions related to Harry Potter and the protective enchantments that surrounded him, had begun showing subtle changes. One particularly sensitive mechanism, which tracked the magical signature of the scar on Harry's forehead, occasionally emitted a high, thin whistle when previously it had been silent for years. The Hogwarts ghosts, those echoes of witches and wizards tethered to the mortal plane by unfinished business or powerful emotion, exhibited behavior that the living largely failed to notice. The Grey Lady, normally reclusive and silent, could be seen hovering near the Ravenclaw common room, with unusual frequency, her translucent form oriented eastward, as though listening for some distant call. Nearly headless Nick spoke in his sleep, an unusual phenomenon for a being that did not truly sleep, muttering fragments about the chamber and the servant. Even Peeves, that normally irrepressible poltergeist, occasionally fell into moments of uncharacteristic stillness, suspended in mid-air, as though receiving communication imperceptible to others. In the Forbidden Forest, the Acromantula colony, led by Aragog, grew increasingly restless. Hagrid, during his regular visits to his enormous arachnid friend, found the normally eloquent spider reluctant to explain the colony's agitation, saying only that the forest does not forget what once walked within it, and neither do my children. Similar unease affected the centaur herd, whose stargazing sessions grew longer and more frequent, their interpretations shared only among themselves, but resulting in increased territorial patrolling and defensive positioning. Professor Trelawney, whose genuine prophetic abilities emerged only rarely from behind her theatrical mysticism, experienced an increase in minor predictions that proved unexpectedly accurate. While most involved trivial matters, a student's broken teacup, an unexpected delivery of incorrect textbooks, the frequency suggested a thinning of the veil between present and future. During the summer before Harry Potter would arrive at Hogwarts, she entered one of her genuine trance states while alone in her tower room, the prophecy unwitnessed but leaving her with a lingering sense of dread she could not articulate upon returning to consciousness. Signs of approaching darkness extended beyond magical beings and atmospheric conditions to certain key individuals whose lives would intersect with the coming conflict. Quirinus Quirrell, a nervous but intellectually gifted wizard who had taught Muggle studies at Hogwarts, departed on what he described as a grand tour to gain practical experience before assuming the position of defense against the dark arts professor. His letters to Dumbledore, initially detailed and frequent, became increasingly sparse and vague about his whereabouts, particularly after he mentioned exploring Albanian forests rumored to contain dark magical artifacts. Among the students already at Hogwarts, subtle realignments occurred in the dynamics of Slytherin House. Older students whose families had been peripherally associated with Death Eaters began cultivating relationships with those younger students from similar backgrounds. Marcus Flint, a burly 5th year whose grandfather had been questioned but never charged during the post-war investigations, took a particular interest in mentoring 1st and 2nd year students from families like the Knotts and Bulstrodes. These relationships, ostensibly focused on Quidditch training or academic support, sometimes involved conversations held in the furthest corners of the Slytherin common room, beyond the hearing of portraits or more moderate housemates. The Malfoy household experienced its own atmospheric shift. Lucius Malfoy, whose public persona as a reformed citizen had been carefully maintained throughout the peace years, began reviving old connections with former associates, now strategically placed throughout wizarding institutions. Dinner parties at Malfoy Manor, always exclusive affairs, increasingly included individuals who shared certain views about magical heritage and the direction of wizarding society. These gatherings, described in society columns as cultural salons, allowed for conversation beyond ministry hearing, establishing channels of communication that could prove useful should circumstances change. For young Draco Malfoy, the summer before his first year at Hogwarts brought subtle changes in his father's guidance. Where Lucius had previously emphasized the importance of appearing moderate in public while maintaining private conviction about pure-blood superiority, his counsel now included more specific advice about identifying potential allies at Hogwarts and the value of information gathering. The name Harry Potter emerged with increasing frequency in family conversations, along with speculation about what sort of wizard the boy who lived might have become under his Muggle relative's care. In Little Hangleton, the Riddle House stood empty as it had for decades following the mysterious murder of its occupants. Yet locals occasionally reported lights seen through the boarded windows, or the impression of movement where no person should be. Muggle authorities investigated several such reports, but found nothing beyond evidence of ordinary vandalism or animal intrusion. What they could not detect was the magical resonance that had begun to emanate from the building, a subtle vibration that magical beings would have recognized as resembling the frequency of a calling beacon, activated after long dormancy. The graveyard adjacent to the village church, where generations of Little Hangleton residents lay in their final rest, remained undisturbed on the surface. Yet had a magical archaeologist examined the plot where Thomas Riddle was buried alongside his wife and parents, they might have detected a curious alteration in the magical composition of the soil, a preparatory enchantment of ancient design, laid dormant but gradually strengthening, as though in anticipation of some future ritual. In Godric's Hollow, the cottage where the Potters had met their end, and where Voldemort had been first defeated, remained as it had been preserved, a memorial visible in its true form only to magical visitors. Yet those with particular sensitivity who visited the site in the months before Harry's 11th birthday sometimes reported a curious sensation, as though the residual magic of that night was stirring. The caretaker employed by the ministry to maintain the memorial noted in his logbook that the magical preservation charms required reinforcement with increasing frequency, as though some force was testing the boundaries of the enchantments. At Gringotts Bank in Diagon Alley, the Goblin security forces implemented unannounced enhancements to the protections surrounding high-security vaults, particularly number 713, where a small, grubby package would soon be transferred from its previous location on Dumbledore's instructions. The goblins, whose magical perception differed from that of wizards, sensed approaching disruption in ways they did not share with their human counterparts, their preparations visible only in subtle increases to guard rotations and more frequent inspections of the oldest defensive enchantments laid within the bank's deepest levels. Throughout Britain, the wand-makers, those sensitive artisans whose craft connected them intimately to the core of magical practice, noticed curious patterns in wand behavior. Garrick Ollivander, whose memory for every wand he had ever sold was famously flawless, recorded instances of wands in his shop, responding to unseen stimuli, vibrating gently in their boxes, or emitting faint sparks without a witch or wizard's touch. Most curious were the reactions of wands containing phoenix feather cores, particularly those from the same bird that had supplied the feather in the wand that had marked Harry Potter with his lightning scar. As summer approached in 1991, these various indicators, atmospheric, behavioral, and magical, converged toward a tipping point that few recognized but some had long anticipated. Dumbledore, gazing out from the astronomy tower during a late June evening, observed the conjunction of celestial bodies that the centaurs had interpreted with such concern. His weathered hand absently traced the lightning bolt shape against the window glass as he contemplated the approaching school year, when Harry Potter would at last enter the wizarding world, setting in motion events that had been waiting to unfold since that Halloween night, nearly 10 years earlier. For the vast majority of the wizarding community, Life continued without awareness of these subtle signs. Families planned their summer holidays. Shopkeepers in Diagon Alley prepared for the annual rush of Hogwarts students seeking supplies. The Daily Prophet reported on cauldron bottom thickness regulations and the latest fashions from Paris rather than omens of approaching darkness. The peace that had been so preciously maintained felt permanent to those who had begun to take it for granted, their vigilance softened by years without tangible threat. Yet for those few who remembered truly, who had faced the darkness directly and recognized its capacity for patient waiting, the gathering storm was unmistakable, not in dramatic lightning or thunderous declaration, but in the quiet accumulation of small disturbances that together formed a pattern recognizable to those who had seen it before. The darkness that had retreated was returning, not in the same form, but with the same essential nature, testing boundaries, seeking weaknesses, and gathering strength for the conflict to come. As you drift toward the deeper realms of sleep, consider this final question. How might we learn to recognize the subtle signs of approaching darkness before the storm breaks upon us? What whispers might we hear in moments of quiet attention that could prepare us for challenges not yet fully formed, but already gathering on the horizon of our shared future?